Hello, friends. It is so ridiculously hot here in the UK. We've got a whopping 28 degrees right now. 32 was the maximum. I know that Panda, you will have some comments to make regarding that, because I'm pretty sure that if you're already in chat, I'm pretty sure that you hope that you have even worse temperatures than I do. But I live on the fourth floor and I get the afternoon sun right to my forehead, which isn't ideal. So there's that. Yeah. How are you doing, my friends? How is everybody? If I feel a little bit tired, is because one, I slept only 6 hours last night, unfortunately, and I don't know why, but whenever I sleep 6 hours, I feel more tired than when I sleep 4. It's just it's a fact of life, and it's very weird. Secondly, hi. Secondly, what was I going to say? Oh, it appears that my microphone is getting the Okay, this should be a little better. Because I've got a little fan here, a little desk fan right in front of me. And it appears that this microphone can get that. Show us your warm. Oh, okay. Wait. No, oh, wait. Do you see what I see? I see some. I see a little ear over here. Look at that. Look at that. It's moving. Hello, Kida. Or maybe it's the tail. I'm not quite sure. It is something though. Let's find out. Oh, it was the ear. Look at her. Look at her. So I've got a very good squad here. I've got my little desk fan over there. I've got a massive ass fan over there that blows air in my direction towards my feet. It's the only way I can survive this way, guys. So yeah. How is everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Sorry I was late. I prepared for the stream, but I forgot to do something on the Linux side, which is push the changes to the 20 games challenge repo that I had made, so that I could actually show you the latest version of whatever I'm doing. So yeah, it took me a while to push and then reconfigure Blender here. But now we're good. Now we're good. Ding ding shame. Yeah, ding ding shame. So what is the plan for today? Well, first of all, have you heard about the beautiful news from Xbox? The great Xbox reset, 3,600 is it, or is it 3,200? I think it's the 3,200, with half of those 1,600 being laid off yesterday immediately, and the others just kind of trickling through as the doomsday clock ticks. But I'll be honest though, I mean, I feel like we can spend a few minutes talking about that because it's quite important. So let me just move to the usual view with the non-green screen. There we go. So besides this, which is my 20 games challenge system, we'll go over here. I was just looking into jump delays in Godot and realizing using an image player, Elder Scrolls 6 is not coming out even harder. Well, Bethesda was unaffected, the bitches. So, well, anyway, Asha Sharma, husband, okay. Asha Sharma, Xbox, statement, yeah. Resetting Xbox, I think is over here. We won't read the whole, I read the whole thing. We won't read the whole statement because it's quite long. But to suffice to say, it's an interesting one. Sure, I heard that ESO got, oh yeah, no. Elder Scrolls Online got affected pretty hard. I think the entire team is kind of almost entirely axed. But I don't think, I mean, unless the same team was working across Elder Scrolls Online and Elder Scrolls 6 at the same time, but I doubt it, which is probably why they axed the Elder Scrolls Online team, so that, well, they probably fire them. I don't think they redistributed them to work on Elder Scrolls 6, which might have been a smart thing to do. But just mod Skyrim enough until it's Elder Scrolls. I believe Quivscore is already there. It's probably already there. In any case, 3,200 throughout the financial year of 2027. This will include approximately 1,600 role eliminations today. It was yesterday. In addition, 4 studios will leave Xbox to new management. I know this is painful. When I read this line, I was like, I know this is painful. Well, that is something coming from someone who's probably got 7 times, if not more, my salary. My yearly salary in a month, but actually, my mod list is 1.8k mods strong and runs pretty well. Just increase the room temperature by 5 degrees. Fucking hell. You're getting there with RimWorld as well, by the way. I read this. I know this is painful. It was like, god damn it, another out of touch executive. But the more I read this, the more I was like, you know what? I feel like she handled it okay. I feel like she's inheriting Phil Spencer's kingdom. So let's actually, I'll jump around. So you guys, if you're not up to date with what they said, let's jump around very quickly. So basically, blah blah blah. Our business is not healthy. We're operating in margins of 3-10 times lower than comparable platforms. We will reset our content portfolio, and these are the steps that she said that she sent to her team. So apparently, this is the email that she sent it to Team Xbox employees globally, and she published it yesterday. So love the transparency there already. But so there's a lot of games being made and such. What she said, and this is what I liked: Compulsion Games and Double Fine Productions will return to management. and transition to independent studios with their IP, catalog, and runway for their next games. I feel like in the age of Phil Spencer, these two studios would have been completely axed or severely reduced. Not here. They are going back to being independent, and they're keeping their IP, catalog, and runway for the next games. I think Microsoft is only keeping the Psychonauts IP for merchandising reasons. Only more AI, more AI, more AI. I don't see any AI in this. That's the thing. I mean, there's I don't believe it's for AI. I think here what they're saying is that what she said in this email is that they grew beyond what they thought was beyond what was healthy. Like there's no mention, as far as I know, I've read this yesterday. There's no mention of AI over here, and I don't think AI is the point. I think the point is that Xbox became this bloated thing that tried to acquire every possible indie studio, made a talented indie studio that they could, made a lot of deals, third-party deals for Game Pass, put a lot of games on Game Pass, and all of those bets did not pay off. As she says here, I have to find it. Making reduction across other units. So this is, let's go into it step by step. Compulsion Games' Double Fine production will go back to being indie. Ninja Theory and Undead Labs, and I think Undead Labs is for State of Decay, yeah. They've entered terms to join new ownership with funding to complete and grow Senua and State of Decay 3. So Ninja Theory and Undead Labs, they're being spinned off to spun off to new management, not going independent as far as I can tell, probably under another owner. Don't know who that owner is going to be. Maybe they'll announce it soon. And in France, Arcane's management is beginning required consultation with its Works Council to review potential strategic options. So, not quite sure what Arcane might do. They might shut down, they might be reacquired, depends. But the thing that I like about this whole thing is she did not shut down studios. She kept them alive, and she even gave them runway for their next games. She left them with their IP and catalog as well for Double Fine and Compulsion Games. They could have just shut down the entire thing. It wasn't their problem anymore. They could have just shut down the entire studio and be like, okay, now we absorb some of you guys, which is what typically happens in AAA. It's something that I learned by reading one of Jason Schreier's books. When there is a big layoff happening in a big AAA publisher, what happens is usually there's a or it has happened maybe at Bethesda or Blizzard Entertainment. Sometimes what happens is there are two rooms. If you're called to one room, or two groups, if you're called to one group or room, you get to stay. If you're called to the other room or group, you are laid off immediately and you have to clear your desk, which is completely inhumane. They treat you like a fucking number, and that is absolutely terrible. I was fearing something like that was going to happen here. Half of Compulsion Games and Double Fine would get completely axed, and the other half would be absorbed inside Xbox. Now, as a result of this spinning off into indie, it's more than likely Double Fine will have to cut heads. So, in a way, Xbox is giving responsibility of cutting heads to Double Fine, but so far they haven't even cared about cutting heads and cutting job and axing jobs. So I see this as a positive. Then they said we're making reductions across other units: Activision, Bethesda, Blizzard King, Mojang, and Xbox Game Studios. In addition, and this is interesting, Mojang and King will now report directly to me as Asha. These two studios have increasingly become platforms and are our largest by monthly active players. They bring critical geographic, etc., etc. So this is one thing, but this leads into the next point, which is this crazy shit over here. Today, in some parts of the company, work passes through as many as 14 layers of management. 14 layers. Sometimes at work, I struggle with 3. Sometimes I struggle with 2. And here we have 14 layers of management to make a decision. Of course, it's an extreme. She's brought up the absolute extreme. But she said, our platform teams are 40% larger than they were at the start of this generation, even as our player base and playtime have declined. I struggle with one layer already. Exactly. Our platform and teams are 40% larger than they were at the start of the generation. So they grew. They overhired, even as our player base and playtime have declined. So they have no way of justifying this massive growth because the business is going badly, and we know it's been going badly. Phil Spencer loved going on stage and being like, oh yeah, we lost the console war. Like, you remember that shit. And so what I get from all this is that Asha inherited a dying business, and she's doing what she can to bring it back to life by making decisions that actually are not that shitty. I think she's inheriting shitty decisions, and now she's having to clean up after her predecessors. Phil Spencer had a lot of charisma, don't get me wrong, and a lot of people liked him, but also he did say a lot of bullshit at the same time, and left Xbox in this state. So, yes, corporation executives could have cut their bonuses and such, all of that stuff. I think, out of all of the scenarios that could have happened, this is one of the best. And I will be completely honest in saying that I feel like she did something good here. She allowed teams to keep existing, and at the same time, she's recognizing the business is completely bloated. And I think what I don't think it's in the statement. Someone else said it, but I believe that those 1,600 jobs that got cut yesterday, they were all middle management layers. So this has already started happening, like reducing two layers to no more than 5, and where possible 3 from 14. That means cutting so many people, and she started doing it. Now, I am obviously sympathizing with the people who were let go, and it's awful that they're now on the streets, and basically they now have to kind of work out how to get back into the industry, and an industry that is worse than it's ever been, and in other parts of the industry, definitely because of AI. We'll get to that in a second, but and there's no but there. I mean, it sucks. It's absolutely terrible. What I see as well is that this probably was the only way to not let Xbox die as a brand and as a business, as something that can still maybe under this new management deliver value to players. Who knows? We'll wait and see. But so far, I think I was completely skeptical from moment one, and I think you remember when we read some more news around this store, around Xbox and such. From moment one, I was entirely wholly skeptical of Asha Sharma. The more decisions she makes, the less skeptical I feel, and I'm like, this is actually someone who knows what she's doing, compared to pretty much everybody in the rest of AAA right now. So this is nice. I've never been an Xbox person. Like, I've always had PlayStation for my entire life. Now Sony is going down the drain, like, or down the drain. It's in the gutter already. But I feel like Xbox is trying to have a resurgence. Now, I don't know if it's going to achieve it. I don't know if it's going to get there. Obviously, it's a big change that she's trying to make. 14 layers have managed to 5. It's not those people's fault that people before Asha Sharma allowed the company to grow this big. This is absolutely ridiculous, though, and I think everybody will agree that this is ridiculous. 14 layers of management is completely impossible to imagine being in any way efficient for a company the size of Xbox. So anyway, then she said, we're resetting how we operate. As Xbox grew our headcount, we became more fragmented, and again, teams, studios, and functions often operate independently. It became harder to work towards a shared goal, make the right trade-offs, and get things done. So she's establishing a chief operating officer with end-to-end profit and loss responsibility, I believe it is, P&L. It's Helen Chang, apparently, has been promoted to this role and will report directly to Sharma. Dave McCarthy is retiring. I don't remember what he did. These changes are about a bigger future for Xbox, not a smaller one. The next decade of gaming will be larger, more global, and more creative than anything we've seen before. This year, we'll invest as much in Xbox as we ever have, but we'll invest with greater focus, greater discipline, and greater clarity, all in service of making Xbox where the world plays and creates. And this is actually, I think these two paragraphs are the entire philosophy behind this whole thing, and that's why I'm kind of behind. I hate the layoffs. I can kind of see what they're doing with this. I want Xbox to be one of the few companies that entertains more than 1 billion people each day and gives everyone the opportunity to create and connect. Obviously, a lot of PR bullshit, but it's still it feels a little bit more personal, this one. I know we can achieve this goal. Xbox has many of the most beloved franchises in entertainment history, talented studios around the world, and we will return to growth in 2027. So, okay, bold statement, but history is full of companies that mistake longevity for inevitability. We will not be one of them. So, all in all, I think this is not bad. It's awful. But I think this could have been worse. Way worse. For a lot of people, way worse. For a lot more people, way worse. The entire Xbox could have shut down. But now I don't know what Microsoft is going to do. I think Asha is obviously trying to prove herself now, and I think she's Xbox's last chance right now. Like, if she fails, Microsoft is there already with the axe, and Microsoft is probably ready to axe Xbox, especially because they cut jobs again. How many layoffs? 4,800 jobs in total, of which 1,600 immediately at Xbox. That's 2% of its workforce. Another 1,600 will be reduced from Xbox, but those are 3,200. Where are the other 1,700 jobs coming from that they're axing? Not from Xbox. So Microsoft is oh, by the way, Microsoft, it's cutting even more jobs. So they're ready to give Xbox the axe. Now, there's another thing that she said that I really liked, which is yeah, we have also learned that we are not the best home for every type of studio. This entire thing, we have aggressively expanded our studio portfolio. We now find ourselves competing not only with the larger publishers, but also with smaller independent studios. It is neither possible nor desirable to own every great independent studio. They tried going indie, or at least supporting indie. They failed. They realized that it is not their remit. We have also learned we are not the best home for every type of studio. We lost 64 cents for every dollar we invested. We will help independent creators succeed by providing open development tools and audiences to realize their vision. I don't know what that means. But as you can see, in this whole statement, there isn't one droplet of AI. Not mentioned even once. On the other hand, you've got Sony, who just recently said that AI is a foundational piece in the future of gaming, and they said it yesterday. Apparently, all PlayStation studios use AI, including Naughty Dog. Sony has confirmed. It's been deeply embedded in our development processes, and we're increasingly seeing its impact on more immersive in-game experiences where characters and worlds are enhanced by AI capabilities. Welcome to first-party PlayStation slop. I can't wait for that shit. Well, anyway, just wanted to yap about that. I feel like Xbox is getting completely close in less than 10 years. If this one fails, yes. They made a series of very shitty decisions. But I feel like Asha Sharma, or Asha, we could call her Asha, is uniquely incentivized to make this business succeed. Even not that Phil Spencer wasn't, but you will recognize that some of Phil Spencer's choices were not really very well beloved. And so I feel like she's trying, and she's trying very hard. I feel like Microsoft will be gone from private sectors within 20 years. I would hope so, because Microsoft does not deserve anything at all right now. Nor Sony, nor the OpenAI, CoreWeave, Anthropic, all of that shit that is fueling the AI bubble right now. Google is part of that too, if I'm honest. I mean, I feel like their CEO is in complete AI psychosis. But you know what? They have to be, because that's where money is. They go Azure and AI 100%. I don't know. I mean, maybe, but like, if it's true that LLMs will keep requiring all this power, and if it's true that data centers are just not, well, data centers are not sustainable, I don't see this AI thing going on for much longer, I'll be honest. It will be a blip eventually. Sony basically shot themselves both legs off. Indeed. I don't know if you saw, but they posted yesterday again. I will call it Twitter for as long as I live, probably. So, wait, no. Where is it? Here. This is pinned, I believe. Yeah, so they've come back to posting after a week of silence, just pretending like nothing happened. They didn't address the backlash. Look at this. It's 168 million views to this post, 65,000 likes, 15k reposts, 101k comments. Look at that ratio. And oh, that's interesting. Look at this in French in community notes. The Article 102 of the European Union forbids one company in a dominant position of abusing this position, notably imposing non-equitable, I think equitable would be good as a translation, conditions, by limiting the production or the innovation at the detriment of consumers, or en faisant la concurrence, or by at the judgment, or I'm not sure about this. It's something about competitors. But in any case, yeah, I can read French. I can read French. I can read Spanish. I can read. Never mind. Yeah, no. At the end, I got there. But yeah, I can read French. I used to be able to speak French. Nintendo is doing Nintendo things. Yeah, Nintendo is over there in its own island. Doesn't care. Valve will be absolute kings when there's not this bitch-ass hardware inflation crisis. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's true. But they went back to tweeting just like nothing happened. Maybe because they hope that after the Xbox layoff news, people will cut them some slack. Absolutely fucking not. Look at this. Oh, well, I can't do that because I'm not logged in. But there's a lot of people saying, oh, address me, and it's a big elephant in a room. Or even here, I believe, yeah, there's still loads of comments just hating on them. At some point, they're gonna have to either U-turn or address the situation because it's ridiculous. Like, people are mad, and rightly so. So, well. Screw PlayStation. I used to love it. It was so important for my childhood. Such a big part of my childhood, and look where they are now. Like, I did PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PSP, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4. They have their own fight stick. Weird choice of product. Yeah, I know, right? That as well. Those things are super niche. I'm telling you, they're making one stupid decision after another. It's just absolutely insane. Yeah. It's a Flex Strike wireless fight stick. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. They are doing stupid shit one after the other. But like all of my memories of my childhood, all of the PlayStation games that I played, I did this weekend I played some retro games, and I played Tekken 3 on my on an emulator. Although I have the original copy, so nobody can tell me shit. But even though, I mean, if buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing, I suppose. But like I used I played Tekken for most of the weekend, and I finished it like for the first time in like one afternoon. I did a complete rush. I was like, I went from one, like, I completed every single character, unlocked every single character, even the final one, the Dr. Boskonovich, I think is his name. And that is such an ass character to control. But I finished the entire game for the first time, and it brought me back to those weird afternoons in the 90s and early 2000s when I was playing and with my PS1. And then I think about the PS5 and I'm like, man, it is very true that not everything lasts forever, but what can we do? What can we do? On that sad note, let's move into some Godot. So, we are moving on to Worms because as is tradition, I completed Super Mario offline. I did all the tedious stuff. Wouldn't have been fun to do it on stream, you know. It's just there was a bunch of stuff that was more like content, and content isn't interesting. Adding stuff to the game isn't interesting if you already have the underlying systems working. It's a lot of debugging, a lot of fine-tuning. It's not fun at all. So I'm going to show you Super Mario, what I landed on. Never doing game icons is a crime. I will do game crimes. Game crimes? I will do game icons. Why is there a parse error with the game manager? Should be fine. I will do game icons for the for the 20 games challenge when I finish it, or after I get to. I think after I get to game 10 or 11, which is Portal probably, or Minecraft. I think I'll do Portal first. After I get there, it's going to feel like a natural place to have a bit of a break, polish what I have. Maybe package it somehow. I was thinking I could do like a little video to explain what I learned with those games, or maybe focus on some of the games that I did and do videos around them. But anyway, I digress. I will do game icons. I just never did them before, and at some point I will. It would be useful because it would be much more helpful to jump around. But anyway, this is what I landed on. Hopefully it runs. Okay. We got this one here. We got Super Mario Brothers. There's no music. I saw that the original menu doesn't have music. It does have a little Goomba selector. I could not be bothered to put a Goomba selector next to this, so you get this as it is. But this is kind of inspired by the original. So there's a little Mario there, and just adding a little bit of flavor in the little scenario from the Word 1-1. And then you got here the little loading screen. And here we go. You got the little timer there, starts from 400. It doesn't go like at the rate of 1 per second. Look at that. And we got Super Mario. So it doesn't go at... Oh shit, it's still going down. Yeah, I should... Okay, they found a bug. So, I think I used a timer for that one, so it should be really easy. I can just tell it to pause, and when the game is paused. Anyway, so it doesn't go down at the rate of 1 per second. Whole game is complete ass. Okay, thank you. It doesn't go at the rate of 1 per second because the original didn't go down at the rate of 1 per second. It was like 0.66 of a second per tick. So it works out to be like 2.5 the actual time. So this is 160 seconds to finish the level, but 2.5 times is or 150, I don't remember. 2.5 times is 400 ticks exactly. So yeah, there's that. We got little Super Mario turning into Mario. You've got score as well. Look at the little score animation there. When you, yeah, it goes up like a slot machine. Why not? So we've got the star. Squash the guy. Star is not working. Literally, the star is working, mate. I didn't find the animation for Mario just with the star, so you know what? I'm gonna keep it as it is. There's the underground. Very proud of this one. Then we go get all of these coins. Get out of the other side. Get over here. And then ticks down, calculates the score based on how much time is left, and gets to the end. Restart. I like the tween on the score. Thank you, thank you. I can show you the tween on the score. It's really cool. I used it for the Fate of DB Cooper as well. Now, and there's a Squash Goomba at the end. There's also a Koopa, but I think you saw it from the previous stream. So, I'm gonna go there. Oh! Oh yeah, you can take damage, obviously. And if it hits you, you can die very horribly. That's cute. I like that. And obviously lives, and then there's a game over screen that I think I made. Yeah. The fucking princess fucking castle. F4 fucking princess is another castle. So, There's also a little bit of acceleration, as you can see, just like in the original. But the original, I think it sped up the sprite. I didn't do that. I'm not quite sure how I would do that, but it was a minor point anyway. Okay, there's a little Koopa. Whoop. Okay, and then if you hit it... Oh, damn it, it hit me as well. There we go. So technically the thing can bounce. I just did it, oh, something weird happened here, but okay. I think I'm in Mario mode. Not quite sure, let's see. No, I was in Super Mario mode. I don't know what happened there. Okay, and just to show you the game over screen. What the fuck is going on here? What is that? How did that happen? Interesting. Okay, well. Ah, damn it! I wanted to die to that Goomba. The game is too easy. You can't die to. You can stomp the Goomba very easy at this. There you go. Okay. The timer resets. Okay, that's good. Works as intended. Super bug you, bros. Yeah. Super bug you, brothers. And then I think it should work with the game over screen now. Yeah. You got Mario on its side, the Goomba just coming at you and such. It's cute. But yeah, this is the game. This is Super Mario Brothers. It's not perfect, but it's close enough, and honestly, it stopped teaching me things long ago. And it stopped being fun. When it stops being fun, yeah. Where's the blood and flying guts? It's not there, unfortunately. No blood and no flying guts. Obviously, it would be nice to expand with more levels. I've got the tile set. Technically, I've got the whole system to make this work. Go. I've got the tile set. I've got everything. I tried to organize everything in as neatly as possible in the scene tree. But this is the whole level. Looks cute, and honestly, I mean, it's close enough to the original. Oh, yeah, there's also obviously death bits and such. There's only two here, and they're close together, so I just did one massive collision shape. No need to have more than two, more than one. So this, oh, that's, I think, what happened. For some reason, the process did not update at that point. That Goomba is there in the air. Okay, anyway. So there's, yeah, so this is Super Mario. I feel like it's close enough. I mean, it's not, what I wanted to do, remember, I wanted to do like an absolute one-to-one copy of Pac-Man, or at least as close as possible for Pac-Man. Here I feel like I got close enough, and it's acceptable for my standards. I do like it. I think it's cute, and it taught me what I wanted to learn. So I'm perfectly fine with that. You mentioned the tween, so obviously ignore the absolute ass architecture here. With worms, I'm going to do better, but I feel like it is here. Yeah, update score. Yeah, this is the tween. It's the same exact thing that I did on the... yeah, Godot devs can make platformers in their dreams. Yeah, exactly, I know, right? It's so easy to do a platformer. So, yeah, anyway. This is the whole thing that does the tween. So, I use tween method. It basically combines callback and property, but it calls a method over time. So it just it doesn't call it just once. It calls it continuously until it gets to the final value. So it's kind of like a while loop or something like that, or a for loop. It's basically a loop, essentially. That is my understanding of it, at least. But you know tween method, you know tweens, so yeah. So I created a score tween, just a very simple tween. Then tween method, and created the method with a value, which is which is would get passed into value. Oh wait a minute. Value strings value. Well, this one works. I don't remember why this. I don't remember. I thought there should be score here, like this one. A parallel process, I guess. That's nice. Anyway, it works. I must have. There must have been a reason why I did that back in DB Cooper. I had the same system for DB Cooper. When you burned cash, the counter would go down in a very nice animation. So you give it the. So the way it works is it takes a method, which is this just lambda function in this case. It goes from a value to the value, in this case from the current score to the current score plus the new score, and then by the animation speed, which in this case is 0.5. So half a second per tick or something like that. So then basically what you do after this, after animating the score, you add you do it once essentially. So this is one tick, I believe, and then you add to the score, you add the new score, and at the same time you update the score label, unless this is what it's doing, the score label update. But I don't believe so. I believe it's this one, because now the warning says permanent value has no static type. No, I think it's actually okay. You know what? I will look into the DB Cooper script again. But basically, this is how you can do it in a nutshell. You put a lambda function that takes a value. Would have done it between callback, but it works one way or the other. I like lambda functions. They are very practical. I use them whenever I can, except when I need something like that's a bit more reusable. For example, I did a mistake here in the player script by using a lambda function here for bouncing off enemies. There's a lambda function which should actually be an entire method. So, and the behavior was in here. Then I created a stomp function separately, which, if I remember right, is just, yeah, jumping and playing the sound. So what I could actually do, and it would work the exact same way, is just this and call stomp. But I like lambdas. They're very, very practical. You lose a little bit of abstract power, I suppose. But that's totally fine, I suppose. Body node 2D, and I think this is what we want to do. If body is enemy and is not on floor, then we jump and play the sound. I think this is gonna work still nicely, but let's test it out. Bounce works. Oh yeah, okay. Just the collider is a little bit wonky there. Sometimes I go there at an angle and it's like the colliders were a bit of a problem. They don't quite manage, and this is something that I can refine in future games. Yeah, here it worked. If I go in at an angle, it doesn't. I feel like the colliders with the stomp and such weren't really easy for me to figure out. I will refine them in the future for sure, and in future games. But I learned the process at least. So I'm doing this in steps. So I learned the process of creating the stomp, so stomping the enemy and then bouncing off. But what I'm doing here is basically invoking the jump function again, which is what Mario does, essentially. That's like the sloppiest outcome of all the challenges yet, but I get it. Another platformer? Yeah, it is a little sloppy. I agree. It was just boring, you know. That's the main thing. It works, kinda. Other games have bugs too, like Frogger had a bug, I remember. This one has some bugs that are not the greatest, but yeah, it's just boring, you know. I like Metroidvanias. Yeah, the game behaves different every time. Yeah, that's true. I like Metroidvanias. I feel like I have a lot of fun when working on stuff that is close to Metroidvanias, even though I've never done a Metroidvania by myself. I've never tried. But just, you know, Super Mario is very basic. It's okay, you know. It taught me what it needed to teach me. So yeah. The good thing is that Coyote Timer works, and I learned to do the jump buffer. I learned to do Coyote Time. I've got snippets of code here that I can reuse. And And I think a lot of the bugs come from its architecture. I think architecture-wise, the fact that it uses a lot of signals, and I really need to clean this up in the future. But it's not something that I want to spend time on now, because honestly, it's boring as fuck. So, with that said, I'm going to go into Git crack and push these changes. I already know that I'm going to do another pass on all of these games to try and make them a little bit more polished as I towards the end of the challenge, you know, because I feel like my skill set is going to be a little different there. I learn new things with every game, and I learn to refine my stuff with every game. So I don't want to go back and just do a lot of changes that might force me to then go back again and redo it. As soon as I finish the challenge, or I get maybe a game 11, I'll go back, refine the first 10, and then do the last 9 with a completely different mindset. Minecraft is going to be huge, and Worms now is going to be pretty big as well, but we'll get to that. So, stage files, bug fixing, kinda. But let's call it bug fixing, I suppose. And here we go, so we push. So, what is next? Next is Worms, and I have, obviously, as I do, already set up the little project. I'm going to convert it to 4.7. I already have 4.7 on Linux, but for some reason it doesn't open. Added bugs to fix later. Push. Yeah, sure. Blender 3 is required to import. Ah, yeah, because it's... Oh, no. That is because I have different... Blender 3. Ah, yeah, wait, because it's it was going for the Blender 3.2. Yeah. Right. It just is in program files, Blender Foundation, Blender 5.1. Where's the XE? Is it here? No, that's the package. Ah, here. Open. Right. Ah, okay, so it should be fine. The path on Windows is different compared to the path on Linux. It should be okay. I don't think it's gonna create any issues. But that's useful for Blender and for opening blend files. So, as you can see, already pretty noticeable change. Well, first of all, I feel like the interface is very small from you guys. You can pull Blender from Steam, actually. Yeah, and, yeah. I think I'll do that. Although, isn't Blender from Steam the isn't it like a few releases behind usually? I seem to remember that like the Steam release is a little behind on the actual engine. So yeah, I like to have the latest version because I do a lot of like projects. So, but anyway, what was I going to do? Yeah, the interface. I seem to remember there is a way to make it bigger. Can you scale the interface? I think you can. Updates per second and such. Wait, let me just make sure. Godot scale interface. No, scale editor UI. Yeah, obviously I was in project settings. I need to go in editor settings. Editor, custom display scale. I think 1.5 tends to be good for this screen. See if that is true. And if it works. Is it bigger? I don't see it bigger. Looks the same. Oh, because of because I put it there. Okay, let's do like 120 and under 50 maybe. I think it's on the theme. Nah, it doesn't look like it's here. No, it's actually here. See, display scale. But I had to change this one and not this one. I saw the slider and I got excited. 150% might be good for you guys. Be a nice change. You can actually read stuff. Well, now I feel blind. How is it for you guys? I feel like it's going to be quite big. That's what she said. Not to me, unfortunately. For you guys, it's perfect. What about 150 and 125? Because this is ridiculously big. 125 maybe? Can we... Ah, yeah, I did not. Do a restart. That was 125. Is it better? Better crank up the font size. Oh yeah, the font size could be a good one. I suppose that one is going to be under theme. Oh, fonts. Main font size. Okay. Would be great to... Ah, there we go. Oh, right, okay. Maybe 16. 16 would be nice. Yeah, I feel that's acceptable. Was it 14, right? 15? I don't like odd numbers though. 14 is probably a little small for you guys. 16 feels okay. Okay, and for code, we probably want like 18 or something like that. 18 and 20, I'd say. 18, no, you have no idea how big this looks for me right now. This is massive. Like, the inspector is gonna get, like... I mean, it's comfortable for you guys, for sure. Maybe I'll just... oh, you know what? I'll keep it as it is. I'll keep it like this. Should be alright. For the most part, I only use Windows Godot for you guys. Then I code on Linux, so... I would love to start streaming on Linux, but I feel like the setup is going to be so painful. I still haven't worked out how to use the audio filters in a way that's decent. So what I will probably do, most likely, is when I get a new microphone one day, I will move to Linux because I got the audio interface. I think I'm going to have a bit more control over that stuff. But for the Blue Yeti, I think it's going to be shit all the time. So for now, I'll just stay on Windows and do my Linux stuff there. My Linux stuff, my Godot stuff on Linux as well at the same time. So first thing you can notice is I've got a main scene. I've got a world, and I've got a GUI. GUI. Got a main scene, world, and GUI. Is gonna technically host all of my menus. Main menu, game over menu, pause menu, everything in here. So, and then what I will do is I will instance the levels as children of the world. Now, in Worms, there's only one level. What will change is that the level terrain will be, ideally, procedurally generated with fast noise. That's my understanding of it. But using the bitmap class and creating polygons from the bitmap class, I have a vague idea, but it's all stuff that I've never touched before. So you're gonna have to be very patient with me tonight. If we even get to that, because yeah, I've got some plans before then, and so this is already a first start. This automatically allows me to reduce my reliance on these guys over here. I've already removed the audio manager and the UI manager because effectively the UI manager is over here, is the GUI. The GUI. So I only need a signal bus, but I'm going to use it only for very global signals, no more for interactions, no more for anything, any shit like that. Game constants, because I feel like those will be useful, and game manager just for, which could be main. So I don't need to have, I don't necessarily need to have the game manager, but I don't feel, I feel like a baby still. I don't want to get rid of all the training wheels so far. I think the game manager training wheel for now is fine. It gives me a safety net. But I feel like since everything will be instantiated under main, there is absolutely no need to have a game manager. And in fact, there is absolutely no need to have a game constants either, or a signal bus, because I could just have nodes under main that do exactly those things. So instead of having them as auto loads, I could just have them here, I believe. Except, obviously, auto loads are accessible globally. If I put them over here, everything in the game is gonna have to have a reference to it, or a way to access it. So maybe dependency injection from main to the children or the level, whatever. So maybe game manager, signal bus, and game constants make sense as globals. But I don't know if I would go any further than that. Something I've always at now is a game.gd as a singleton and do a var game speed float 1.0. Yeah, I saw that, and I'm not quite sure how you implement the game speed then. Like, how do you make the game run at different game speeds depending on like the value of the game speed? It's useful, and honestly, for worms, it might be very cool to add some polish, some quiv score, but but yeah. Oh, by the way, quiv score, if you're still in chat, you better think of give me an accessory that is uniquely yours, and I promise I will put it on one of the worms. Multiply every value used in tick by game speed. Ah, right, okay. Okay, so by delta by game speed. When you do easy, if you move a character, is velocity times speed times game speed. Ah. Okay, yeah, that's what Quiv was saying, yeah. But yeah, but my other thought is game speed is probably for you know, slow-mo and fast forward and such. What if you want to freeze everything? Well, you just assign everything to 0. But what if you have, I don't know, 30 entities that rely on game speed, and you want to make one change? You can make a tween function for manipulating game speed. That is very handy. I would love that. But if you got 30 entities, all relying on game speed, and you want to make one change, then you got to make 30 changes. You know, it's something that feels like it won't scale very well. Although, what change could you make? You just multiplying by game speed. Okay. Okay. Engine.timescale is a neat shortcut, but I suppose that is, I don't know what you mean. I mean, basically my point is you have to remember to add game speed to every single thing that you do. Yeah, exactly. Multiply every moving shit with game speed. It's extra keystrokes. Like, unless, yeah, no, but I don't see another way, because engine timescale applies to the entire engine, and that's alright, except UI or whatever, yeah. Engine timescale applies to the entire engine, and that is a neat shortcut, because you just change engine timescale, and you slow down the engine, you change the engine, you do, you stop the engine entirely, you do all of that stuff, with one line. So, but I guess it's the same thing, isn't it? Because if everything is multiplied by game speed and you just tween the game speed, then you're gonna achieve the same effect. Engine timescale is absolute bullshit. I don't know why, so I'm gonna have to be educated on that. Anyway, let's get started. So I'm gonna start putting on some music. Did I have it on Spotify last time, or was it YouTube Music? I think it was Spotify. Maybe it was YouTube. I was YouTube. It was YouTube. Got some stream music here. Look at my beautiful YouTube homepage. A Kingdom Hearts retrospective. I will watch that. I will put it in the background while I do other shit. By the way, Farage resigned. I could not be happier. Hi, I'm Dave. Where's Dave? Oh, hi, I'm Dave. Zencaster, we're making games 10 days ago. Cave Dar. It's probably Dave Carr. Yeah. Who's this chat?
Because the animation is playing kind of slow. It looks like it should be a faster one. So
that's a cute art style. Look at that.
Let's find him. Player Cactus.
That's nice.
By the way, this isn't going to be we're going for like the Bob Ross speed here. Oh, watch speed 5. Okay, that's good.
That's nice. Unfortunately, they're using Unity, so I cannot support that. Your software mouse pointer gets affected, your UI gets affected, making a pause menu is super hard, then nah, fuck engine time. Okay, does Godot not have unscaled delta time? It does. I mean, no, I don't know if it does. I know that some things you can make them ignore the time scale. Like the timers, you can make them ignore time scale. Oh, it does. Then you can just use unscaled delta time. Like obviously a custom solution is always going to be better, but feels like you're adding a lot of work for yourself by adding game speed. What Ant said. Oh yeah. Mm. I will look into that. I will look into that. I will implement game speed here. I feel like I want to have it in the game manager. No, feels like the best place for it, rather than making a different one. Can put it here. Var game speed, or I'll do game speed with one. Although nah, let's be consistent. Game speed float equals 1. And now I can just access game manager, game speed, whatever. I'm gonna keep that in mind. Music. Why do I keep getting distracted? No, not my subscriptions. Music and my playlists. And we've got the... Oh, I started watching the Double Fine Psychodicy. It's very good. Music. Where the fuck is music? Stream music. There we go. So what do we go for? It's very loud for me. A little better now. I'm gonna add that one there too. Music. There we go. Music for coding. It's a mix. For slow-mo, of course, you need to make a function between decreasing game speed and making it back to 1. Yeah. Obviously, I thought of that. For pause, just set it to 0. Actually, I think my pause is handled differently. Yeah, you pause the tree. You pause the tree and use inheritance. So in the UI manager, I think this is the Godot way. Yeah, open anyway. I think this is a Godot way. You in process, you put the UI manager to be always processable, and this one to only show up when paused. But it's otherwise always visible. And this one, I believe, inherits. Yeah, this one inherits. So this is how you get the pause menu to show up. When you pause the whole tree. It's yeah. 2D and 3D physics will be stopped. Collision detection will be stopped. Signals will be stopped. But always dependent on the node process mode. So this is the more engine, like I don't use engine timescale. I use this method. It feels more engine native, so never failed me in this challenge so far. So yeah, works like a fucking charm. It's a big shortcut too, because yeah. It's a different way. Again, I don't think there's a better or worse way of doing things. As always, there are different ways of doing things. Some feel more shit than others, but they serve different purposes. It is a way to go, sure. Yeah, just like game speed. I mean, like what I could do here is exactly the same thing. I could just go and oh god, why did I go the shader graph way? Where the hell is my? Okay. I could do at the same time. I could do game speed equals 0, and that would pause it. But then, well, I mean, you could have a function in the game manager instead of writing directly to the game manager and be like function, which would be a lot better. Pause game and void, and you do game speed was 1.0, and then you've got, I don't know, unpause game or something like that. You do it that way, but like, you know, it's a way to go. It's a solution. In this way, at least I can toggle it, which is handy. I just have to make sure that it's not paused at the beginning, which I never do, to be fair, but you know, you presume that the engine is not paused when you start. So you also need to buffer the game speed. Ah, right, yeah, well, fair, yeah. You would have like previous game speed when you pause in the middle of a slow-mo. Good point. Var prev game speed. No, well, actually, Maybe I could have it as a local variable instead of a global one. So you grab it when you need it, then you pause, you do all the slow-mo and such, or something like that. When you are affecting the game speed, when you're doing changes to the game speed, then you grab it, you buffer it, and then you reuse it. I suppose that's how you could do it. I technically, like, you should also do, if we are being absolutely best practice, get games, get game, oh no, wait, I think, how do getters work here? This one? Is it? I've never done a getter. I'm pretty skilled at doing setters now, but not getters. Let me just look into it very quickly, because I feel like for globals especially, and now with this new architecture that I want to do, I want to make sure that I use getters instead of making like a custom function, which I could do, but Godot getters. No, not that. You've done it perfectly. Oh, really? Okay. What? Here. No. A held variable should not be less than 0, so I use. Yeah, that's how I use the setters as well. Senseless, but technically correct. Yeah, like, feels like an extra step. Like, what do? You do game manager.gamespeed.get. I mean, unless you want to do some extra stuff here, you could do a little bit of logic and be like var prev game speed, and actually that's where you do and you start at 1, and maybe what you do is when you get to the game speed, you set the previous game speed to game speed, and that's how you do the buffer. So this at least gives a purpose to the getter. Yeah, if you don't do extra stuff, then you don't need the one-liner getter. Exactly. But you know, when you get the game speed, you set the previous game speed. It just feels like it makes sense. But it makes more sense to do it with a setter. So if I do it with a setter, maybe. I forgot to have it there. Var prev game speed and set when you I like to do this, but I feel like I like to do this because it helps. But like, if v is equal to game speed, then we return. I don't know if it makes sense to do it, but at least it avoids you doing all of that logic if you are just resetting the whole thing to the same thing. Maybe if it prevents it happening twice in a frame. It shouldn't, but it prevents it happening twice in a frame. And then what you want to do is prev game speed equals game speed, and then game speed equals value. And then this way you've buffered the game speed, and you can access it from whatever script you've got. So this makes more sense than doing something on the getter. What kind of operations would you do on a getter that make sense to have a getter? Because otherwise, yeah, it doesn't really make sense to have one. But anyway, here we are. So now we've been talking long enough. I'm talking for over an hour and haven't done anything. You can tell I'm procrastinating on the procedural terrain generation. That scares me so much. I'm gonna look so stupid. But here's worms. I found this snippet, which is gonna be very helpful. This is funny. I found this snippet, which is gonna be very helpful. There's also another guy who made a much better thing, but he made a whole module for destructible Godot destructible ditto, not ditto. Sick. Is it sick? Yeah, sick. Destructible terrain with the A. Bit of a typo on the repo. God damn it. And then it's written the right way. So you know. Anyway, this is much better. Look at that. This is cool. Like, this is exactly what I need. Like, you can punch holes in this. You can create islands and such. This is it. This is it. But it would go against my principle of not using add-ons for this challenge and trying to implement the shit myself. So I would not do this. But what I could do, since I would have no way to know where to start, I could look at the source code. Just look at what it does. The thing is, it divides the word into chunks. It's interesting. Basically, worm is done today. If I use the add-on, yes, but I don't want to use the add-on, and I want to try and implement this one first. So this guy did, as you can see, he used the bitmap class. Oh, you can't read. I'll make it much bigger. He used the bitmap class, as you can see. Bitmap.new, created a level bitmap. I have no idea what it's supposed to be. We will find out, I suppose. And then from that bitmap, it created a polygon 2D, an array of polygons and collision polygons using that bitmap. So what it does here, it creates from image alpha. This is something that the bitmap class has. I've read up on this. It basically creates a map of bits, ones and zeros, from an image alpha. If an image is transparent, 0. If it's not, 1. And we got the fucking that thing. You got the alpha. You got the bitmap. So with that one, you can then create the collision layers, the collision polygon spots and such. You do need a bit of an algorithm to do that, because you need to, well, you have to create the image alpha from the, in this case, what it's doing is it's grabbing the texture from the sprite. The thing is that the sprite has a texture, and what we want to do is create the terrain not from a texture but procedurally. So I think we're gonna have to create a texture with noise, then somehow filter the noise to be only ones and zeros, so full black or full white somehow, and then we're gonna have to, which with a shader it would be so easy, but also probably not. And then we want to extract the alpha from that image. The OG Worms has never procedural generation in their worlds. Ah, that's true. The new ones did. They always use pre-made worlds. It's true. The new ones do. The new ones have like procedurally. I don't know though. I don't know if they are procedurally generated. The new ones. The drops, the items are procedurally generated. I feel like you always get kind of the same shapes. You can get like isolated islands. No, but then even then, I mean, I do have Worm Armageddon. We can fire it up really quickly and have a quick match and see how it works. I'll download it in the meantime. Worms. I've got WMD, which I think is better. Ultimate Mayhem. I also got Worms Rumble, but apparently it's shit. Ultimate Mayhem was so much fun. Worms After Armageddon from 1792. WMD is a good one. I'll install it and I'll show you very quickly. But yeah, so what we want to do is create a noise texture, get the alpha from that noise texture, get the data. I don't know what this one does. We will find out. We'll have to read into it. Update the bitmap, which is this function here. Then hides the sprite. I would even queue free it. And then set process input to true. This is new to me. Yeah, okay. So it basically enables input. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. I knew you could set process and set physics process. Didn't know about the input. That is actually, that is so handy. Like I can disable input. Legalizing nuclear bombs. We are. Only if you have a reflecting repo. The explosion is stuff that I don't understand. Like, oh, great, Sven, you're here. You're a math genius. What the fuck is this? Can you help me out a little bit? Can you help a brother a little bit? Because I have no idea what this line does. So what it does is it goes into the. This is I'll give you a bit of context. We are trying to make worms from a bitmap. So Godot is a native bitmap class. Let me look at it for long enough. I'll get back to you. Okay, great. So we want to try and recreate. This is a snippet that I found, and I'm trying to study it a little bit. So we create a bitmap. We extract the alpha from an image, and that's how we create the bitmap. And then this is for an explosion. So when we are punching a hole into the bitmap, this is what happens. So set bit rect. I assume this is what this sets the. This creates a rectangle to set the bit. I think it's doing a rectangle, rotating it 360 degrees to make a circle. Quiv, you might be onto something. So this is a rect 2. I don't know what a rect 2 is. I'm gonna have to look at the documentation, but it grabs the position of the explosion plus vector 2 I and O. So for I in rad, so it grabs the position of the explosion and the radiance, I suppose is, or the radius, I suppose, of the explosion. So yeah. So for I in the radius of the explosion, then for A in 36. I don't know why 36. Maybe 360 degrees, actually. Yeah, that's a good point. So it grabs the position, vector 2 of the current radius position. So on the x-axis. Yeah, okay. And 0 on the y. Then it rotates it. Degrees to rad to radians. A, which is the angle, maybe? Angle times 10. Yeah, so this is for the 360 degrees. Okay. Angles times 10. Dot round. I don't know what dot round does. 10th of July is the chocolate day. Oh, nice. I've got a Toblerone. I could eat that. So rect 2. This is one part of the rect 2. And this is the second part. It's a vector 2 of I divided by rad plus 1. Then I divided by rad plus 1. Round is rounding to the nearest int. Oh, okay. So, right. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. All right. So instead of, yeah, no, yeah, of course. So it's doing the same thing here. Then vector 2, I is the current point in the radius divided by the full radius plus 1. And same thing times 4. Then rounded, and then it's 0. And I don't know what 0 is. So, what the fuck? What is this doing? I think it is doing what you say, Quivscore. And I think we can find out by reading the explanation of this guy. Because he did leave an explanation there. Or we could ask AI. We could do that too. And then when it updates the bitmap, opaque to polygons, it creates another rectangle. Gets the height data with data of the sprite texture. Okay, I'll have to study that a little bit more. Reading. The first part sounds right. A rectangle rotated by 10 degrees for 360 degrees. Yeah, okay. Exactly. So what does this do? I think we can find out by going into setBitRect and the rect 2 in the documentation and finding out what that does. So Godot bitmap class. I guess we do get to do some reading. I take suggestions from the chat. What would you like to listen to tonight? Kingdom Hearts, Hollow Knight, Super Mario, maybe not Super Mario, Zelda, obviously lo-fi and obviously royalty free, because we can find out. I don't mind showing you my analytics. They're so shit right now. Oh, I've got 240 subscribers. Well, I haven't published in so long. I have to do something about that. Not analytics. Go into content. Where's our last one? Where's our last live stream? I mean, the data is public. No notices. Okay, so actually, no copyright. Oh, no, wait. Let's make Super Mario Mega Man. Yeah, we had some potential earning limitation here for Pac-Man as well. Claim content. Yeah, I think it's because of the music that we had at the time. Let me see. Yeah, The Legend of Zelda radio edit. Copyright, melody or lyrics. Well, of course. But last time we didn't get that, so I think last time we were fine. So that's good. So, what was I doing? Ah, yeah, I want to go in here, Godot bitmap class. There we go. So what we have here is created from image alpha creates a bitmap that matches the given image dimensions. Every element of the bitmap is set to false if the alpha value of the image at the position is equal to threshold or less. So the threshold is 0.1. So actually, we don't need to normalize the noise in any way. Where is this? Because we can provide it a threshold of 0.1. So if something is even slightly above 0, then it will just get flagged as a bit. Nintendo! Yeah, Shakespeare. So this is great. This means as soon as we figure out how to create the fast noise texture procedurally, which should actually be quite easy now that I think about it. I know noise textures somewhat. I use them from shaders or shaders. We get the data, we go and above the threshold. Okay, so this step, creating the bitmap, consider it sorted. The explosion will be a little bit trickier, and creating the polygons is going to be a little bit trickier, because I can see this shit here, and, well, actually, it might not be that bad. I put a cucumber into my fridge by keeping it in my hand. Is it then in fresh? So, what are we doing here? I want to really understand this. So let's go here. The rotating rectangle expression is an expression of rect2, and it's the part of the set bit rect. And the radians looks like the second part of set bit rect. Yeah, okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So, right, here we are. Again, let me do that. And we have the documentation right next to us, so we can figure shit out. In fact, I think it would be even better if I copied this into a text editor that actually supports code wrapping, but we'll get there. Radiance, man. Black magic fucker. Yeah, I know. But yeah, so 3D explosion. So before we even get into generating the bitmap, it's useful to understand what the explosion is going to do. Set bit rectangle. Position plus vector 2. Okay, so set bit rect. Set bit rect. There we go. Sets a rectangular portion of the bitmap to the specified value. So we provide a rectangle, which is a rect2i in the documentation, but here it's a rect2. This might be an old post though. 7 years ago. Okay, so it's probably, yeah, it needs to be a rect2i. So you avoid the rounding. You avoid the rounding because you're already providing an integer. So position plus vector 2. And the rect2, now I need to look into rect2. Godot. Or actually, rect2i would be better. Rect2i, there we go. So what does this do? Rect2i, this is the constructor, isn't it? So what we're telling it is, I'm hunting for commas. So this is one. So what does it get? The rect2i, the constructor class. A 2D axis, align bounding box using integer coordinates. How does it create a rectangle from two coordinates? Yeah, well, of course, it's like width and height. You're not giving it vertices, you're giving it width and height, I suppose. So there's a shape and a vector and 0, yeah. So there's a rect2. Yeah, 0. 0 is the Boolean value, isn't it? It's here. Set bit rect. So rectangle, that's the shape, rect2, which closes over here. So this is the X. This is the Y. Then here it closes. Again, with syntax highlighting, this would be easier. Here it closes. And then we got the 0 Boolean value, which means it sets the bitmap in this area to 0, effectively canceling the bit. That makes a lot of sense. The math, not so much. But it makes a lot of sense. I suppose this is how you create a circle in 2D. Maybe, I don't know. I'm unsure what I divided by radians plus 1 means in terms of a vector coordinate. In 2 coordinates times 4. Yeah, exactly. So no, this is a vector 2. Is this the y? I suppose it is, because that, like, oh no, this is bitmap, sorry. Vector 2i for floating point coordinates c rect 2. The rect2i built-in variant type represents an axis-aligned rectangle in a 2D space using integer coordinates. It is defined by its position and size. Oh, which are vector2i. Position and size. Because it does not rotate, it is frequently used for fast overlap tests. See intersects. It's just a vector 2 at the end of the day. See, I already said this wisdom. Fucking everything is a vector. So this is the size, isn't it? This is supposed to be the size. Now, the thing is, this is 7 years old, this script. We're gonna have to make a modern version of this. With rect2i. And 7 years ago, a lot of the classes in this rect2i might not have been, and even intersects, might not have been possible. So I think we kind of have to modernize this somehow. This is gonna work, but yeah. So you have a rectangle 2 shape in the first half with a size of vector 2 and 0, which you mentioned might be a bool value. Yeah, 0 is the bool value, absolutely, because it's part of the set bit rectangle method over here. Set bit rectangle. And it's right at the end. So it's the bool value. I think you can easily just slap a sprite 2D into this bitch and subtract it somehow from the bitmap. This is exactly what I don't want to do, because it's what some other guy on YouTube did when he showcases like Tank Worm's clone. And the result was massive performance spikes and drops. Because every time it had to apply the Boolean calculation in one frame, it panicked. So there were considerable spike lags. So I want to avoid that. I want to do it this way because it looks like this is a little bit, as you can see, obviously this is a slowed down GIF, but I don't see performance spikes. Obviously, very small shape too, but still, you get what I mean. This one also does it. This is a bit more high frame, and as you can see, absolutely no frame drops. Now, I already know a downside of this stuff here that you saw just now on the right. The problem with this algorithm is that it does not tolerate, well, in this case it does, so I don't know why it doesn't do it on the bottom, but it does not tolerate when you split a polygon from the rest of it, it doesn't recalculate the polygon. Radians have their place in coding, but wow, does it make it hard to reverse engineer if you don't know radians by heart. Radians are good for quickly determining anything close to a cardinal direction. Yeah, when you know math, not like me, unlike me, but I'm gonna make up for that at some point. I really want to learn all of this shit the proper way. So I'm getting there. So update bitmap. Okay, so we've got this. We kind of got what it does. I don't want to copy the code blindly, so I think what we could do is just feed it into AI, unfortunately, and see what AI says about reverse engineering this line. Maybe it will help us. Claude is pretty good at that, so I think I might do that. And that's one thing. So yeah, that's fine. But at least we tried to work it out by ourselves. The reverse engineering is clearly very difficult. Now, this guy does explain. To modify the terrain, you can use either set bit or set bit rectangle to make either single pixel or rectangular holes. You will then need to run update bitmap again to generate new polygons. Decided to also run an explosion function. Okay, so it didn't explain exactly. And it also an explosion function to make circular holes. Yeah, okay. It didn't really explain what this does. It creates a circle. Yeah, well, fair enough. But yeah, so it's a rectangle which gets rotated to a circle over 360 degrees. That makes sense. Yeah, he's using the set bit rectangle to cut a hole. Yeah, with an explosion. Yeah. Based on a position, and I suppose rad is radius rather than radians. Masks it over the bitmap and subtracts. Yeah. Precisely. The set bit rect does exactly that. So anything that is on the bitmap, anything that overlaps this rectangle here gets turned to 0. Which makes me assume that there is the opposite where something gets turned to 1. Yeah. No, never mind. Okay, so we kind of got the explosion. I'm still not sure what it... I mean, I got this. That is the position. But this, I still don't know what it's doing. I think rad is radius. Rad isn't radius. It's a temporary variable. Yeah. Ah, yeah. So that probably changes things for you, doesn't it? So it gets the current for I in rad. So for every... like basically a for loop that runs from, I think, 0 to the radians. Yeah. To the radius. So if the radius is, I mean, the radius is going to be 360 degrees for an explosion. Like this, explosions are usually circular. So anyway, for the... no, wait. No. What the fuck am I talking about? The radius is not that. The radius is the length of the length of the circle. So for the entire length of the circle, it cuts a hole. So this calculates the radius essentially. Or it said the size. So this is the current point in the radius divided by radius plus 1. Maybe because it starts from 0 with the loop. And then it multiplies by 4 because it's supposed to be a rectangle, right? It's a vector 2 of... I think we're getting closer. But yeah. All right. Okay, this is as far as my limited brain can get to. But then we've got update bitmap. So, and by the way, I still haven't seen any music suggestions in chat, so I'm gonna go for something random here. So, I don't know. I don't want some Pokemon music. Final Fantasy music. What about some Final Fantasy music? Final Fantasy music for coding. Not coding. Coding. Come on, why did I write it the exact same? Coding. Coding and study ambience. Shinra Weapons Division. I don't know how relaxing going into Shinra is going to be. Dark Souls Lo-Fi is a very good suggestion. Dark Souls Lo-Fi is a very good suggestion. Dark Souls Lo-Fi Collection. There we go. Dark Souls, but it's Lo-Fi beats. Viewful playlist. Let's see. Dark Souls Lo-Fi. Prepare to chill. But that's just 10 minutes. This is a whole playlist. What if I... Save playlist? Nah, okay. I'd like to add them to my stream music playlist so I remember. Dark Souls Lo-Fi beats to have your ass handed back to you. Dark Souls, but it's jazz, no AI. Okay, let's listen to this. Oh, this might be really good. Okay, let's do that. Let's do this. Oh, it starts with Gwyn, because why the hell not? Okay, stream music. Let's go. So given a certain radius, it creates a circle made up of a rectangle spun 360 degrees size to vector 2 from the given radius. Surely there's an easier way to do that? Yeah, there probably is. Oh yes, I make love to that music. Oh my god. I did not want to know that. I know this is probably a joke. Right, so now next bit in studying this is the opaque to polygons. The fuck is that? Okay. Opaque to polygons. So it's in the bitmap class. Opaque to polygons. What does it do? Oh, I think it's retired. Oh no, it's here. Opaque to polygons. It's an array? Ah, yeah. The ARR is an array. An array of what? An array of polygons covering a rectangular portion of the bitmap. It uses a marching squares algorithm followed by Rammer-Douglas-Pucker RDP reduction of the number of vertices. I have no idea what the hell that means. I don't know the marching squares algorithm. Each polygon is described as a packed vector 2 array of its vertices. You're the guy who showed me his little worm today, and I'm gonna show everybody my little worm in a little bit. To get polygons covering the whole bitmap, pass rect2 vector 2 get size. Ah, alright. So the size of the whole bitmap. And an empty vector 2? I suppose. Yeah, the position is centered. Vector 2 position centered, and then get size. Right. Sebastian Lag is a video marching cubes. It could help to check it out. Really nice channel. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it implements it automatically, but useful to learn. So maybe I'm gonna watch it maybe after the stream, unless you guys want to watch it with me. Could also do that. So epsilon is this. Float to the defaults to 2. So epsilon is passed to our RDP to control how accurately the polygons cover the bitmap. A lower epsilon corresponds to more points in the polygons. Oh, so that means we can create denser bitmaps for more detail with a lower epsilon. Potentially, if that's how I understand it. So what this does is, at this point, we can now say, so opaque to polygons. I'm gonna make it a little larger for you guys. Opaque to polygons. It gets a rect2i now. Minus sprite texture get data get width divided by 2. So the opposite of half of the texture data. And then minus sprite texture dot get data dot get height divided by 2. So the opposite. So minus half of the height. And that is... Wait, the rect2 wants some coordinates to begin with. There's... Ah, yeah, okay. Those are the... I think those are the vertices of the rectangle. It's weird though. It should be... Doesn't it have a size as well? Oh no, wait. Then it gets sprite texture get data get width times 2. And then get height. Yeah, I think this is... Ah, right, okay. So I think what this does is it's getting the full texture. Creates an array of polygons covering a rectangular portion of the bitmap. Okay. And then for I in polygons, Q free, because you want to remove the map, the bitmap. So this is how you reset the, this is how you update the bitmap. And then you, for I in collision polygons, you also remove them. Then you create a polygon2d.new, and you set the polygons to the array. There's an array of polygons, obviously. Okay. Then you update, which I don't think is needed anymore. And then you create an array of polygons and collision polygons. And this is where you do the... So for I in array.size, you append a new polygon to the polygons. Yes, it's not pooling, but close to it, so that you can clear them up after. So what it does here is, in the array of polygons, it appends, it creates a new polygon and a new collision polygon. Then it assigns the right polygon by index and also the texture. God. Collision polygons, polygon array I, call deferred, adds as a child and adds as a child the collision polygon. The polygons and the collision polygons at the current index. Alright. Conceptually, I think I know what this is doing. And then function draw. This is for drawing the actual sprite, I suppose. How is this not more stressful than Sprite 2D solution? It is! But isn't it better if it works? And also, this is not for the Sprite 2D solution. This is for updating the bitmap after you've done the explosion as well. So you're gonna have to do it regardless, I think. So then, drawing. Color float. Poly size 06. I don't know what it's doing here, and it's creating a float, a color using float with the current index divided by the poly size, and then 0.3 times float times float. I have absolutely no idea what the fuck this guy is doing here. I don't know if this is for this or this. It could be for this because it's creating the nice rainbow effect. And appends in for I in poly if I is not equal to 0. And you draw a line, yeah, and then draw a polygon of colors. I think this is what it's doing. So made this is just a fun little thing to play around with. Will probably turn into a local multiplayer thing to play with friends. This is a very quick and dirty implementation. The level can be any image with alpha. It's loaded as a texture to a sprite, which is a child of a static body 2D node with this script. That's what I thought. Static body 2D. Ah, yeah, well, it's obviously over here at the top as well. Here's the basics of how this all works. Create from image alpha generates a bitmap from the initial used image, which then gets converted into an array of polygons by opaque to polygons. These polygons are then used for both collisions and graphics of the actual level. To modify the terrain, you can use either setBit or setBit rectangle to make either single pixel or rectangular holes. You then will need to run update bitmap again to generate new polygons. I decided to also add an explosion function to make circular holes. Note that the opaque to polygons function is pretty expensive, and at higher resolutions, it will result in freezing. Okay. Godot Clipper, what is this as well? Oh wow, okay. Oh, this is deprecated, no longer maintained. Switch to geometry tools. Okay, never mind. Could be RB and G values pulled from the size of the polygon. Yeah, it's definitely RB and G values. I know the color class, but I don't know how it's calculating them. I have no idea how to use the Godot engine. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. You're working it out. But yeah, it's the color class that gets RGB values, which are normalized, I think, values that goes from 0 to 1, if I remember right. So what it's trying to do is getting those values, and 1 is the alpha at the end. So yeah, but it's I don't understand how it calculates those colors based on the poly size. I've no fucking clue. Anyway, what this does is it uses as well a marching squares algorithm. It's also, I believe, slightly more recent. It's 5 years ago, might already be out of date as well. But the source code uses essentially a chunking player and world system. The player we don't have to look at because it's just a normal player script. And the world is a bit more of the problem. It's got a constant lookup table with constant vertices, a triangle lookup table, which all of this goes completely over my head. The problem is I'm probably gonna have to understand it to do Minecraft at some point. But the result is that it gets the chunk, and then it's able to change the chunk. Ah, it creates it on noise as well. Ah, interesting, okay. It creates it from noise. It generates the world and set vertex. I mean, update chunks. I don't know. This is too much for my brain right now. And probably for the foreseeable future. That's 322 lines of code of an algorithm to create a chunk system. I'm scared for my life and for Minecraft. Procedural generation feels hard. But you know what? We'll get there, just like we got to everything else. So what this tells me is this is an old script, 7 years ago. It has some things that I understand, some things that I'm kind of obscure on, but I get the the general principle and how it's doing things. Also the math behind it to an extent. Like I know that it's for every, like for the length of the radius, it's creating a circle 360 degrees and punching a hole in the bitmap. So that's useful. But then I think we need to rely on our good friend Claude. No, don't sign me in with that. Oh, fuck, it did. Gonna have to use my other profile for that. But then, yeah, we're gonna have to rely on our good friend the Claude. And I'm gonna use my little Godot for game development assistant that I have over here. I was already studying a little Worms. Actually, I can use this conversation, I believe. It was already giving me some things, but I wanted to kind of do it myself. Actually, you know what? I'll do an entirely new conversation, maybe. So, let's see. Hello, friend. Working on my Worms clone for the 20 games challenge. I found an interesting script that is slightly out of date, 7 years old. It uses a deprecated class and some slightly convoluted math, which makes me think things might be easier today. No, a deprecated approach. Rect2 instead of rect2i on the bitmap calls. And sometimes, can you run through this code and explain to me what the hell this line is doing? These lines are doing. Which are these two. I get that it's punching a hole in the bitmap. And then, how can I get out of... Oh, damn it. Oh. Edit. Ah, great, okay. And then this one here. Very interested in that one too. Sorry if it's becoming a bit of an AI stream. I do not intend to have this go on for much longer. This is learning. This is part of our learning, my friends. I get that it's working out a color from the poly size, maybe. Tell me which parts could be modernized today, but as usual, do not give me any lines of code. I want to write them myself. Okay, let's see what it does. Oh, I forgot to attach the script. Wait a minute. Stop again. Then we do that. Okay, so let's find out what this actually does. Code block. Code block done. Okay. Weighing. Oh no, why is it in high? God damn it. This might eat into my usage. I've got a free plan. I'm not paying for this crap. I'm paying for Google, but because I need the storage, and they give me AI on top of that, so... I used to pay for ChatGPT. Then I realized all of the shit that these companies do. So I don't want to give them any money. Just burn a whole 6-pack of water. And possibly thousands of dollars for them too. Win-win. Well, lose for the water, but win for them. For me. It's mulling searching the web. That is interesting. I'm recognizing this is legacy Godot 3 code for destructible terrain mechanics, likely from a worm-style game written around 7.8 years ago. The user is asking me to explain 2 specific lines and identify what could be modernized for current Godot versions. Bring down the first line. Yeah, by the way, I've started using local LLMs more, so like I load them into my system. At least the impact is on my VRAM. Not all the time, but oh yeah, assets credit. Actually, this we have to change because we're not gonna use third-party assets for this one. There's an exciting thing I want to show you. Right, let's crack this open. It's a fun one because there's a... What is there, my friend? Tell me, my friend. What is there? Oh no, it got stuck. Okay, there's a genuine gotcha hiding in there that I don't think was intentional. The explosion stamp. Zoom out to the loop it lives in. Zoom out to the loop it lives in. For I and rad radius steps 0 up to rad -1 nested inside 4, A, and 36. So for every step outward and every 10 degrees of rotation, this line does one thing. Working out where to punch. Okay, we got there. Vector of length I pointing along the x-axis. Rotated spins that vector by A by 10 degrees. This is manual polar to Cartesian conversion. Oh god. Walk I pixels out, then swing round to this angle. Done by rotating a vector instead of using cosine and sine directly. Then round snaps it to a whole pixel. It's probably not, well, I mean... Yeah, because it rounds to the integer, I suppose. And adding pause moves it from offset from center to an actual position on the bitmap. Then working out how big to punch. Yeah, this is the size. Oh yeah, I should do that. This is the size as we were talking about. So this is where it gets interesting. This reads like an attempt to make the stamp grow the further out you go, which would make sense since the 36 spokes fan out and leave bigger gaps between them the further from the center you get. So a bigger stamp is needed to avoid leaving unpunched slivers of terrain between rays. Except, I and rad are both ints, and I never reaches rad. The loop only goes to rad -1. So I divided by rad is integer division that always floors to 0 every single time. So I rad +1 is always 1, and the stamp size is a flat 4x4 for the entire explosion, near the center or at the very edge. The scaling logic is dead, it just happens to still produce a roughly circular hole because 36 spokes is dense enough to brute force it. Interesting explanation. The punch itself, set bit rect 0, sets every bit... Okay, I know about that. Line 2, the color gradient taken at face value for vertex, index I out of the total vertex count. It builds a color where red climbs from 0 towards 1. Yeah, okay. Green climbs from 0 towards 0.3. And blue climbs from 0 towards 0.6 as I increases. So you get a gradient running from near black at the first vertex to a warmish pink magenta at the last one. Classic color code by index trick for visually checking a polygon's vertex. Okay, I get it. The draw is missing its underscore. Okay, yeah, because it's, yeah. Jerry would say, half a Bible hold the son of a bitch. Okay. What does that mean? What's actually worth modernizing? Version-driven changes. Rect to rect to I, exactly. Confirm current signature. Set bit rect and opaque to polygons. Both take rect to I, not rect to. Get data is now get image. Texture loss get data. The modern call lives on texture 2D as get image. Dec to rad is dec to rad. Okay, a straight rename. Update is Q redraw. Okay, that's why. If you fix the draw and draw naming issue and actually want it firing, this is the call that requests a redraw now. Then sprite to sprite 2D. If the sprite node in your scene is still the old type. I have no idea. Famous quote from reality TV shows. Okay. And then call deferred. Godot 4 leans toward passing the method itself rather than its name as a string. Worth converting to the callable based deferred call style. Passing the method itself rather than... yeah, so add child dot... I think I hallucinated there. Not version issues, just worth a cleanup pass regardless. Combined with set process does precisely nothing. Input event pass combined with set process input true does precisely nothing. Yeah, red stamp scaling bug. Decide first whether you actually want the stamp to grow with radius. Opaque to polygon also takes an epsilon parameter. Simplification detail versus performance as the script leaves as default. Good enough to know about once you generate little craters and care about collision poly complexity. Structurally, this is a 36 by rad individual. Direct calls per explosion. Bitmapping Godot 4 also has grow mask method. We're dilating, eroding bits across a whole rect in one call. This could be a generally different and cheaper way to get a clean circular punch than manually stamping dozens of little squares along spokes. That's less a modernized this line thing and more, is this even the right algorithm for the engine we're on now? Worth chewing on before you commit to straight port. This is exactly the thing that I wanted to get from this AI query. The fact that there is a better way to do it now and it's more performance efficient. So this is not a bad outcome. This is very interesting, and I want to pause on this for a moment. I had the feeling, I will not say someone in chat told me, doesn't need to know. Also, by the way, everything I put in here, my setting to train the models is off. So nothing that I put in, technically, nothing that I put into this model used to train goes back into the models. So at least I've got that as a clean conscience. I had the feeling that the opaque to polygons call, which I believe is this one over here. Where is it? Here. Yeah. Wasn't the right choice for Godot 4 anymore. But also, I wonder if the circle calculation in set bit rect is too complex for what I need to do. I know there are add-ons out there that make the polygon bitmap updates smoother and less performance heavy. Opaque to polygons is quite expensive, it seems. And if there's any way I can lean towards that best practice, it's better. Something like that. Let's see what Claude contemplates. The whole punching definitely sounded impractical. I was thinking for sure Godot has a simple way of doing circles without quite literally reinventing the wheel. Exactly. I mean, I feel like, I think there is. Like, well, you can draw circles, but I don't think you can. Let's see. It's like you can create collision shapes that are circular, spheres. But like when it comes to creating a texture, sprite 2D texture. So you can get a gradient texture 2D, but that's not what we're talking about. Texture 2D RD, noise texture 2D. I don't know if there's an easier way. You can draw a circle, I know that. But let's see what the AI says. Ah, yeah, it found the destructible. Well, since are right and they're related, the expense of opaque to polygons and the complexity of the circle stamp are actually two symptoms of the same underlying issue. The script rebuilds everything from scratch on every single explosion, rather than only touching what changed. Why opaque to polygons is the real cost center. I thought so. Look at what update bitmap does on every explosion. I saw that. It calls opaque to polygons against a rect covering the entire sprite, doubled. And that's a full marching squares pass over the whole level's bitmap every time, regardless of whether the explosion touched the 40 pixel corner or the dead center. Then a Q freeze every existing polygon 2D and builds a fresh full set from the result. So the actual expense isn't marching squares is slow in the abstract, it's that you're asking it to resurvey the whole map and reinstantiate the whole node. Okay, I get what you mean. This would be a structural problem. It'd still be a problem when the API calls modernized to Rect2i. This is a solved problem, and there's a specific reference worth looking at. There's a Godot 4 destructible terrain library, which is what we already know, that does exactly what you're circling around. Conceptually, it's two big departures from your script. Chunking. The terrain is split into regions, and an explosion only triggers regeneration for the chunks it actually overlaps, not the whole level. This is a direct fix for the why is this expensive question. Triangulated collision from an interpolated marching squares contour, rather than raw polygon output from opaque to polygons. Man, I'm just gonna do dig dug instead of worms. Triangles are cheaper and more predictable for the physics engine to chew on than arbitrary concave polygons. And the interpolated variant gives smoother cratered edges than bitmap's blocky pixel grid contours. Whether you use it directly or just read the source as a reference is worth pausing on, because it changes what next step looks like. Separate from the polygon, well, yes, the spoke and rotate approach is more convoluted than it needs to be. There you go, Sven. You had a point. Or make a circular hole. The 36 spokes times radius steps method is a roundabout way of approximating a filled circle, and as we found, it's not even doing the adaptive scaling it looks like it's trying to do. The much more direct mental model for erase a filled circle from bitmap is a straightforward distance test. Walk the square bounding box around the explosion point, side length 2 times rad, and for every pixel in that box, ask, is this pixel's distance from the center less than or equal to rad? If yes, clear that bit. That makes sense. Because if I... Oh no, I'm becoming one of those paint streamers. So... flashbang. So, if we got a circle... Can I do a circle that is a little bit... If we have a circle... That's not a circle. Okay, this is a circle. If we... Oh my god, can I... Can I just, Can I fill this with black, please? Yeah, there we go. Okay, we got the white circle there. Okay, much better. Good grief. So, if we got this, right? Say we got the center point here. The radius is this. Isn't it? I don't think the radius is this. I don't remember. Fill canvas with gray, or that, yeah. Let me just... This is where my knowledge... Exactly. Okay, I was correct. Basic geometry, but bear with me. So this is the radius, and actually that makes sense because if you've got like a I need a bigger brush though. Excuse me. Okay. Better. Okay. So we've got this nice little thing over here. Nah. That's the radius. And we want a point. So if we want a point, say we have a point here. Okay, I'll use gray. Say we have this point here. This one is outside the radius. As I understand it. This is outside the radius. So its position, as it says, site length For every pixel in that box, as this is pixel's distance, is this distance bigger than the rad? If so, we ignore it. If not, if we take this point, then this point gets yeeted to oblivion. So I get it. And it's a much easier way to fill a circle, isn't it? Sven, you're the math genius. What do you say? No trigonometry, no rotation, no spokes, no redundant overlapping stamps. It's the classic circle rasterization approach, and it maps far more directly onto what a bitmap actually is. A grid you're testing membership against, then walk vectors around at 10 degrees increments and hope that gaps fill in. The actual fork in the road. Given how you tend to run the 20 games challenge, treat each entry as a programming masterclass. Once a concept stops teaching you something new, clean up and move on. Just you have an expanding square, cheaper than circle, that ends up with a sight length of 2 radius that represent your blast. Yeah, that's exactly what it's suggesting, yeah. An expanding square ends up with a sight length of 2 times radius, because obviously radius, yeah. And the edge of each new step checks if that pixel has a distance of radius or less. Exactly, yeah, that's it. So what it's suggesting I do is... Get ready for another flashbang. God. Okay. So what it's suggesting I do is this. I've got this. I've got the thing. The circle. So we create a square that is, because we have radius, we also know that double the radius is the full length of the circle. Which I don't remember. The circumference, I think it's what it is. The circumference, I think. Very reasonable for a small blast. Yeah, exactly. This sounds extremely cheap, but I guess exponential more expensive to get a bigger blast radius. I mean, it's gonna be smaller blasts, I suppose. I'm gonna have the holy hand grenade. That's gonna be a big ass blast. But that's when we'll see what happens there. So we know that we've got the radius. Double the radius is the full length of the circle. So a square that is double the radius covers the radius. So any point that is outside of this square does not count. So yeah, well that's lengthwise. But we also need the same thing vertically. And that creates the square. Holy hand grenade can also do some pre-processing to distribute that load outside a single frame. I was thinking about distributing that load across multiple frames. I haven't done it before, but I feel like it's possible. I can do like maybe in steps, and I'll wait to the next frame and so distribute it. I could probably do that. Anyway, we got this. This is nice. So. What does it say? Given how you tend to run the 20 games challenge, treat each entry as a programming masterclass. See, Panda, this is my philosophy. Treat each entry as a programming masterclass, and once a concept stops teaching you something new, clean up and move on. This is why Super Mario is in that state. I think the honest question isn't which is better, it's what this particular game... It's what is this particular game meant to teach you? Yeah, but, I mean, yeah. Enroll the smarter version yourself. Fix the circle math to the distance depth approach and build a simple chunking scheme, even a crude one. Split the little bitmap into fixed site regions. Track which ones an explosion's bounding box overlaps. I feel like I could do this. Fixed size regions. I think it's possible. The key note here is that the circle is just emerging from the distance check of a square. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's not going to be a perfect circle, I think. But worth testing. Only call opaque to polygons on those. Generally meaty DSA flavored problem. Spatial partitioning, dirty region tracking. Very on brand for how you've been treating this challenge, and will teach you more than reading someone else's chunking code. Study the add-on, then decide whether to adopt or re-implement. If terrain destruction isn't the concept you actually want this entry to teach you, reading Rich Hardy's source for the approach and then either using directly or re-implementing a simplified version, just a consistent idea, faster path of playable game. Which of those two matches what you actually want out of this entry? Remember, they solved the terrain destruction problem by the 31st of October 1995, probably in C++ though, and no high-class engine like Godot. Maybe we need to think simpler. That helped me with Pac-Man. Yeah. I mean, as far as I know, the way they did it was they had a bitmap, They used a raycast of some sort to check pixels. And then turn pixels off or on depending on their value. So it is kind of what this gentleman is doing with his own original code. But it's the circle that is the problem. So yeah. We can ask the AI, maybe it knows. Last question for the AI, then we'll actually do some work. Get some work done. Took us 2 hours. What concerns me about the recharge source is that it looks like a genuinely complex chunking system for a game this scale. It might teach me something for Minecraft, but the performance cost is maybe negligible with the simpler approach here. Worth testing anyway, and potentially switching to a simple chunking system if it fails. One thought: the original Worms solved terrain destruction without complex and without advanced engine classes, and probably in an old programming language. Oh, nice! You can buy the OG Worms on Steam for less than $1. I might do it. We can check it out. Maybe we need to think simpler. How did they handle terrain destruction there? Bitmap and pixel check. Probably use this. They probably use the algorithm though, like the square, the marching square. So Quipscore, what was that channel again? Let me see. Sebastian Leg. Sebastian Leg. Marching cubes. Ah, it's just 6 minutes.
Do I need a landline for fiber broadband?
Okay, I think we're done studying this. This class might be useful, but let's go over here.
Hello and welcome to a new coding adventure. Today we're going to be looking at marching cubes.
Okay. I want to understand how this... Okay, let's see how this works.
I'm afraid that's what passes for humor on this channel. Now, before I can get to the actual marching cubes, we'll need some function that takes in a point in 3D space and gives out a single value. Then, if we have some region of space that we're particularly interested in, we could use that function to sample points at regular intervals inside of it.
Okay.
The highest value I got with my particular function was 16, which I've colored white, and the lowest was -34, which I've colored black. Now, I'm going to add a little slider here called the surface level. As I move it up, you can see that the points with values below the surface level will disappear. So those points we can think of as being in empty space, while the points at or above the surface level are on the surface or inside of some shape. The goal of the marching cubes algorithm is to construct the surface of that shape from triangles so that we can display it as a mesh. To think about how this works, we can simplify the problem to just a single cube. There are 8 corner points, each of which can be the inside or outside of the shape, which gives us 2 to the power 8, or 256 different configurations.
Okay.
For example, with just one point inside the shape, we get a single triangle over here. If the point above it is also inside the shape, we get a little rectangle made from 2 triangles, and so on. As you can see, some of the configurations get pretty wild, but thankfully there are only
what do you get? How do you get faces that way?
Shape,
what do you mean?
We get a single triangle over here.
Ah, yeah, because it's trying to map over the corner, like that. Okay.
It is also inside the shape. We get a little rectangle made from 2 triangles, and so on. As you can see, some of the configurations get pretty wild, but thankfully there are only 14 unique cases. The rest are just symmetries of those. But still, figuring this out is a tremendous headache that I did not want to undertake, so I took the easy way out and downloaded a triangulation table. Like
fucking hell, what is that?
So let's take this case for example. Corner points 7, 5, and 1 are active, which we can interpret as configuration 101000010, or in a more familiar number system, configuration 162.
More familiar.
This is the
you said.
code for calculating that index, just in case you're interested. Now I can take this index and look up the corresponding entry in that triangulation table.
Okay.
This tells me to join edges 501
Oh, right.
and 540 and 7611 to form 3 triangles. So in code, I look up the triangulation info here and loop through each edge index. I then look up in another little table the indices of the 2 corner points that form that edge. With those, I can calculate the position at the center of the edge and add that to my list
wait, you lost
and
me.
7, 6, 11 to form 3 triangles.
I think I might have the game on my account. I could just pull the exact code from that and see how it works. Yeah, you could. Okay, we'll be done with Worms 2030.
So in code, I look up the triangulation info here and loop through each edge index. I then look up in another little table the indices of the 2 corners.
Mind, this is because I'm trying to do it like in a way that teaches me a lot of shit. Because I could just slap a pre-made polygon 2D there, do some calculations on creating a bitmap out of it maybe, and just do what the guy on YouTube has done and call it a day. It would be a functional Worms clone, just with some trade-offs. But I do want to study as much as possible before I commit to a direction.
That form that edge.
And that's definitely not the direction I want to go for.
With those, I can calculate the position at the center of the edge and add that to my list of vertices.
Sure,
All
yeah.
we need to do now is
You lost me
add
again.
3 triangles. So in code, I look up the triangulation info
Okay,
here
yeah, right.
and loop through each edge index.
Okay.
I then look up in another little table the indices of the 2 corner points that form that edge.
Okay.
With those, I can calculate the position at the center of the edge and add that to my list of vertices.
Why 2 corner points? Ah, no, yeah, okay. The corners, they're the vertices.
All
okay.
we need to do now is
So what did he say then?
of the 2 corner points that
The only reason I'm tempted to look at the exact code is because the examples all seem to be missing the ray tracing behavior I've seen in other Worms games. You're losing me now. Time for bed. Okay, my friend. Have a lovely sleepo time. Well, before you go, do you have 2 minutes? Just 2 minutes. I can show the actual thing that I wanted to show all this time. Worms is going to be called Annelids. Or, you know, Annelids. 2 minutes, okay. Then I'm going to show you my little worm here, which you've already seen, but you can see it in real time in Blender. Here's the worm. Here it is. So I thought I could download assets again, but I really want to try this new pipeline that goes from 2D pixel art. I noticed, fucking hell, there's something here that doesn't. Wait. Okay, should be a little better now. Okay, the tail is a little better now. It was like, you know what? I wanna make my own analyst. I was ready for this. So I said, you know what? I want to do my own 3D thing here. Now there's something here that I could definitely adjust here. You can see the shading isn't quite right, but you know what? We don't give a shit because we have our lovely little pixel art shader in here. G to fucking crap. Yeah. We have our little pixel art shader here that does all the beautiful job for us. And in shading mode, it looks like this. So if we go in camera mode, or we go like in frontal mode, or even not, you know, we do that. We go here on the, oh yeah, the light isn't selectable. We can move the light around, and as you can see, we get a very, very lovely shading tune pixel art effect on the actual 3D mesh. And I absolutely love this workflow. I think it's insanely good, super flexible, and the best thing is, well, I'm going to show you very quickly what it does. Here's the shading. I'm not going to go into the super details of it, but I use a diffuse BSDF, converts it to a shader to RGB, converts the shader to RGB, press F12. That's what I'm going to do in a second. And then applies a color ramp for that tune effect. So if I switch to the material view here, I move this around, you see, I am changing the toon effect here, the cartoon effect. This is the color ramp. So this is how and the eyes have a slightly different, there's some, the eyes only have two toon stuff and such. Now Blender runs like ass on Windows. That's nice. I've never had Blender crash on Linux, and obviously it crashes on Windows. Okay, it's fine now. So, and then it goes straight into the material output. But the magic happens in the compositing stage. We've got this shit over here. So the render layer goes into the transform that scales down the mesh massively to 0.1 before then doing another transform that scales it to 1, or divides anyway, and then it does a mathematical operation that I won't tell you, using the nearest filter, obviously. And the pixelate filter creates the pixelate effect as well. All of this rendered in absolute shit definition. 128 by 128, with no anti-aliasing and such. What I can also do is enable the stroke, which is the line art, which you don't see over here, because you don't see it here, but you see it in the render, except with the line art, you don't really go very well. I'm going to render, I'm going to show you the result. That is the result of the render. It's pixel art, very cute. See, right now you don't see the color bands, because the light is on the wrong side. But if I move it over here, it'll be a little better. G to grab. I do F12 again. Much better. See? That's much cuter. But as you can see, the line art looks a little shit. And if I'm completely honest, you could do better. So if I go into the stroke here in the modifiers, the line art, I can, well, first of all, I can reduce it. Going to compositing, I can reduce it here. And probably I will get an interesting... No, I will not. It's black magic fuckery. Yeah. There was a way to visualize the line art, but I don't know why I can't see it now. Oh yeah, through the camera. No. Okay, I don't remember. There was a way to visualize the line art through the camera. Don't know why it's not showing up now. Should be. Ah, yeah, because it's able to hear. So, yeah, ignore that. I think it's looking at another... yeah, the other rig, which shouldn't be looking. Ah, there you go. Okay. So you can see the line art here. I can change the line art a little bit. So I can do this and change the radius, make it smaller. But at the same time, I feel like the line art isn't, like, it doesn't add much to this model. I feel like it takes away some of the toon element. I don't really like it a lot. So what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to disable the line art, render again, and look at this beautiful crisp pixel art here. It has a bit of a hump over there, but I'm going to fix it at some point. And the neat thing is that I've also done animations for this little guy. He waves at you just before blowing up. That's the death animation. Then idle. No, I have to open the NLA. Only animation. There we go. Yeah. So I'm going to disable all of that and show the idle only. No, for some reason it's not showing the idle only. Anyway, I've done the animations. PS1 era graphics, indeed. But, yeah. Yeah, wait. Yes. Okay, sorry. This is the death animation. This is the idle. No. Worm rig. From here, maybe. Yeah, there you go. Okay, perfect. That's the idle animation. That's the jump animation. Oof. Very cute. That's the prepare to shoot. It hangs there because you're gonna have to aim. Then there's the shoot animation. Poof. Then there's the throwing animation. Very proud of this one. Whoop. Whoop. To throw the grenades. And then there's the walking animation, which is also very cute. I can refine it a little bit further and such, but it looks very nice. And the neatest thing is, I'm gonna do it now. But here's the neat thing. I've got this little add-on, render multiple angles. I'm gonna create a sprite sheet from all the actions for this guy. Gonna render it on two sides. Render angles. It'll take a little bit because I'm also using the CPU and such, and also I'm not quite sure. I think maybe it's not using the right. Yeah, because it's going a little bit too slow, but maybe it's also the stream, you know. Solid work. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. Here's what I'm gonna do. Well, I can't stop it now, so we're gonna have to stay here and wait. But you're gonna see the output right away while it does its work. Oh, did it do the? Oh no, okay, it hanging over there. I'll let it do its thing. Games challenge. If we go into worms and into assets, into blend, into assets. Oh no, it's not. I don't think it's exporting in the right place. By Blender. Yeah, by Blender indeed. I don't know where it is exporting. That's the thing. Home Anthony. I think it's using the wrong output. Oh, I think it's created a new. Okay, wait. I'm gonna have to see after. You know what? I think I have to do this. It's doing a lot of work for no reason. Blender. Although it's going, I mean, I could just wait and it will finish eventually. It was going very slow, and it has to render a lot of frames as well. You know what? No. Fine. I'll take the risk. It's not like I did huge modifications anyway. Worm. There we go. We got a little worm here. That's why Blender is still no pro default. Random hung-ups like these. Again, on Linux, no problem. It's this shit that apparently Windows doesn't. Well, I'm also on stream. I'm gonna blame the stream. On Linux, it was so smooth. But anyway, I'm gonna render just the current pose, which is the death. It's very cute, so you can see it as well. Render current pose. That's fine. And where the hell is it trying to put that? Worms, assets, animations. Desktop coding, game dev, Godot learning. Well, that's technically where it's supposed to be. Let me see. Output is the Linux path. I think no, it's the C. DSC, home, Anthony, desktop coding. That's it. Let me see. Desktop. Oh no, it is the Linux path. So where the hell did it put that? That's not great. I mean, I'm just going to honestly delete all of that. I can delete all of that. Okay. Can I? Is there any way I can go to it? Go to parent. Okay, wait. Animation assets. Yeah, I created just an entirely new path under here. Okay, C home. Okay, I can delete that one. Yeah, I created a path based on the Linux path. There you go. Delete that shit. Okay, so that's fine. I'm gonna change it to be inside the Blender. No, inside the game dev Godot, which I'm gonna add as a bookmark. Learning 20 games challenge. And I also add as a bookmark. Worms, assets. I create a new folder here. Call it animations. I'm going to only render one animation so you can see the effect in the in here. Okay, so that's it. Perfect. So we're gonna render this. What did it do? What? Wait. Render current pose. Okay, no, okay, this. Create sprite sheet. Yeah, I think this. Okay, this is fine. This is the wave and the buy. Let it hang a little bit. This is a lot smaller, so it should handle it better. But if we go into worms now and assets and animations, there you go. You got this shit. Super long, 2 minutes, but I'm interested. Yeah, sorry about that. It's supposed to be a lot longer, a lot shorter than that. There you go. That's a little sprite sheet right there for you in a very weird dark format. Okay, there it is. the whole sprite sheet, exported beautifully and perfectly. And if you want some more control, you can also, I will remove that. If you want some more control, you can also string together the individual frames. But in Godot, I don't think I'm ever gonna do it. You can't export the sprite sheet without exporting the single frames, but that's fine, that's acceptable. And for pixel art, they are tiny, 107 kilobytes per animation. I also don't need both of these angles because here it's just waving away from the camera. So I think I'm gonna keep it like that. And what I'm gonna do is back into Godot. I've already created a little player class. I'm gonna take a little bit to import the assets. Thank you, Windows. Thank you very much. Right, the low spec PNG crusher. Oh. Is that for creating sprite sheets? Could be. Okay, Godot has made it. Player. We got a player here. We've got an animated sprite already, no animations. We're gonna create an animation and call it def. And now, sprite sheet, assets, animations, def. There you go. I can auto slice, which is great. And then I can just do this. 48 frames. Now it's 48 frames, and I think it's like 30 frames per second. No, wait, it's set up at. I know that 24 frames per second. So if I want to be exactly like in the engine, 24 frames per second. And now look at this little guy. Done. What I'm also going to do is I want to elongate this frame for another second roughly, so that there's a bit of a delay before it explodes. It does not loop. What is this? What is this? This is a new icon. It wasn't there before. Okay. And now we do that. There you go. That's the animation. Love that little guy. Surely nothing bad will happen to them at the end of this animation. Just a massive explosion. So, yeah, the good thing about this is that he is completely pre-rendered. I love that. So, the lighting is baked onto the sprite. It gives you less control. But if you keep your light sources consistent, then it's going to look absolutely beautiful. The other option is exporting the model as is and doing all the shader work inside the engine, so you can play around with the lighting and such. But I could also have a shader, a pixelate shader in the engine, and use light and use light in the engine with similar color ramping and such. So yeah, I love this workflow. I think it's a game changer for me, and it's what I'm going to do a lot of my future games in, probably. And also, I like making cute little creatures. Look at this little guy with just massive eyes, very cute. Doesn't even have a mouth. He's adorable. He's just the most adorable cutie patootie you've ever seen. Look at that. It's a potato. So yeah, that is the workflow, and I love it. Obviously, you need to be pretty speedy at doing model art. You need to be pretty good at animation, but you kind of have to be pretty good at animation anyway with pixel art, and you don't get the same level of control. And also, I mean, if I wanted to, I could probably reduce this to be, oh look, animated sprite 2D has a speed scale just perfect for multiplying with game speed. Yeah, it is perfect for multiplying with game speed. I don't know why it decided to hang all of a sudden. Maybe because of the blend file. Yeah, probably because I changed the blend file slightly, and there's. But anyway, so that's it, and that means I can import all of the others. But what I could possibly also do is, if I want this to be a very low frame animation, I could. So maybe say we have we remove like every 6th frame. We remove. So that is 0 to 5, then 6 to 12, 7 to 13, then 8 to 14, and 9 to 15. I don't know if my math was correct there, but I think this is going to be a bit more of a low frame animation. Probably going to look like shit. Let's see. Yeah, because we have 24 frames per second. Or if we do like 5, do like 10, not 100. 100 is a bit too much. 10 frame per second. There you go. It's a little bit more choppy and a bit more like pixel arty. And I don't have to export as many frames. Now, obviously, this needs a little bit of tweaking. It could be probably better with 12 frames per second. But this gives it a bit of a pixel art feel, see? So that's cute. I like it. Cool, I'm gonna head out. Good night to you, my friend. Good night to you. The worm's code is encrypted. Unfortunately, I don't have my original tools to reverse engineer it. My flashy new decryption stuff isn't made for software this old. Yeah, of course. It's fine, it's fine. Don't you worry, don't you worry. We will work it out. So, yeah, basically, I want to restore the animations as they were, because I like the high frame animation. And it's the nice thing. It gives me the best of both worlds. I can do high frame animations in pixel art, which would require me drawing 47 frames by hand in Sprite. So it's cool. And it's also, I found out, I don't know, Sven, if you played it. I think you did. I suppose Noita is probably doing the same thing. That's my honest understanding of things. It might be using the same workflow. It looks like that anyway. Unless they did a very, very, very manual pixel art there too. But I know that Dead Cells definitely has the same style, because I found this article using a 3D pipeline for 2D animation, and here it explains how they did it. The 3D model, they turn it into pixel art with their own homebrew tool, then allows them to mark things in a certain way, and as you can see, it's the same kind of effect. High frame animations turned 3D models turned into 2D, and it gave them the flexibility. If you want to add an armor, you can do it very, very quickly, because you can just model the armor and lay it on top and parent it to the thing. Whereas in pixel art, you would probably have to redraw every single frame. It would get impossible. So with this workflow, I can create a model, I can create an animation, then export it, and then if something doesn't look right, I can go back into Blender, fix it relatively quickly, do some playing around with it, and re-export it again. Yesterday, in 2 hours, I had the worm and I had its animations. For something like that, I think pixel art would have taken me a week. No, just a 3D model, yeah, with a pixel shader. Super easy to do the cloth simulation of the cloak and context-sensitive poses for the character. Yeah. It's very, very easy. It allows you to do a lot of very cool stuff. Now, obviously, you need to be a fan of this style. Maybe you like classic pixel art more, gives you more control. And as you can see, not like you are relying on a shader. Not all of these pixels are super clean. Look at this. Look at the color here. See that it kind of goes into shades in a strange and unpredictable way. In pixel art, you would have more control over that. So the alternative is you get the sprite sheet, open up a sprite, and clean up the frames frame by frame. But here, it's kind of not needed, because it's the style works as it is. You get it's like pre-rendered, and also because Blender is so like you can just fix things in Blender for the most part. Now, if you rely on line art and internal collisions and such, it gets a little bit more difficult. But that's the workflow. So in a nutshell, I absolutely love this workflow. I'm going to use it for this entire Worms game, and possibly for my future games as well. So I'm going to do my next jam game is probably going to be in this style, and maybe my first, if one day I do a commercial game, my first commercial game, I definitely want it to be in this style as well. It's very cute, and it just works. I love it. So in terms of asset credits, me. I'll need to get going now. Good luck with stream and worms. Thank you, my friend. It was a very low productivity stream. I think I'm gonna end it in a little bit, but I think maybe we can get the bitmap working tonight, and maybe if I get some extra time, I can do a weapon. I can do maybe a bazooka. But first, let's see what Claude said. Anyway, thank you for hanging around and for helping me out to understand that code. It was interesting. Your hunch is exactly right, and digging into it explains why your current script needs opaque to polygons at all, which turns out to be the more useful thing to have discovered. How the original did it. Team 17 built worms in the mid-90s on hardware that couldn't remotely afford real-time polygon tessellation on every shot. The classic technique, and it's the same one people still describe as the worms method in old game dev forums, is a 1-bit collision grid. 1 bit per pixel of terrain, 1 for solid and 0 for empty. Nothing more exotic than that. An explosion writes a filled circle of zeros directly into the grid. Distance test, same idea as the walk the bounding box, check distance radius approach from earlier. No tessellation, no polygon generation, no physics engine involvement at all. The critical bit, collision was never done against generated geometry. Worm movement, standing, and projectile impacts worked by directly querying the grid. Is the pixel under the worm's feet solid? Walk the projectile's path pixel by pixel or in small steps and ask whether it just entered a solid pixel. That's it. No collision polygon 2D equivalent, no rigid body ever touching terrain at all, because there's no generic physics engine in the loop to feed shapes to. Worm gravity, movement, and rope swinging were all custom-coded kinematics anyway, so there was never a need for a terrain to exist as a body in a physics sense. That's what I thought. There's also a second decoupling worth noting, which came up in the same old threads. Rendering and collision were often kept as two entirely separate concerns. The visual terrain was just a texture with pixels punched to transparent wherever an explosion hit, drawn as is. The collision terrain was the separate bit grid used purely for lookups. Neither one needed a polygon at any point. Why your script doesn't work that way and whether it needs to, your script needs opaque to polygons because it's routing terrain through Godot's actual physics engine. Collision polygon 2D only exists to hand a shape to Godot's collision solver, which requires real geometry. It's using polygon 2D, masking sprite texture to the generated shape as the rendering mechanism too. So both concerns, you can keep separate, are currently welded to the same expensive pipeline. For Worms clone specifically, ask yourself, does anything in this game actually need Godot's built-in rigid body physics colliding against the rain? Worm locomotion is almost certainly going to be custom-coded. Grid snap, walking, jumping, rope physics. That's the physics engine. This is the only thing terrain is why we were. I don't know. The add-on in the chunking question only matter if you do want terrain. It's a real physics body. Say because you've decided physics props are a feature you want. If you don't, the entire how do I make polygon regeneration cheaper question disappears. Keep a bitmap purely as lookup table and handle rendering separately. Either the alpha mask and texture or the old threads mentioned. I feel like good points. But I really feel like I don't want to fight the engine here. Coding a completely bespoke physics system for collisions and collisions, jumping, projectiles, etc. feels like a massive headache. I'd rather use the physics process and work out a way to make everything more performance friendly. Perhaps spreading the load of a massive explosion to multiple frames could help reduce the performance spike problems. But I need to look at this with the network, with the profiler open. Quick question. Get opaque. The bitmap generation takes in a texture. I assume it can also take in a noise texture for random generation. Anything above the 0.1 threshold becomes solid. making the noise quite useful and possibly very easy to use as well. Is that correct? Main goal for tonight: get the bitmap to work and generate a plane horizontal terrain for testing purposes. Fast noise can come later. Okay, let's see what it says. And speaking of the plan is, so we're gonna have to do some art in Blender at some point, and I'm very excited to do it on stream. What I wanted to do is in phase 2 get the player controller to work, but I realized that actually creating the bitmap is interesting. So create bitmap from texture, build in destruction via explosion or blowtorch functions. Add noise generated terrain. I think this can be phase 2 actually. We kind of got a player. We can do a player controller, but phase 2 terrain, phase 3 play. So we can set things up like that. And part of the setup is basic player controller. Node-based state machine. Yeah, we also have to set that one up. I think we might have to do it. Well, I'll do it as part of the setup. I might do it off stream, to be honest. So yeah. Right. So, what does it say? Good plan. Profiling before optimizing and frame spreading. A big explosions, punch and regenerate work with several frames rather than eating it all in one. The solid instinct. That's a common trick for exactly this kind of spike. Queue up the affected region. Process a chunk of it per process, physics process, rather than all at once, worth having in your back pocket regardless of what the profiler tells you. Or a noise question. You're half right, and the half that's wrong is worth knowing before you get that state. Okay, create from image alpha reads only the alpha channel. Internally, it converts whatever image you hand it into a luminance alpha format and threshold strictly on the alpha byte. Brightness color value doesn't factor in at all. So the mechanic itself is exactly what you think. Anything with alpha above the threshold becomes a solid bit. Anything at or below stays empty. A noise texture by default writes its noise pattern into RGB luminance of the image and leaves alpha constant at fully opaque. Oh. Feed that straight in, create from image alpha will see uniform alpha everywhere and give you a solid block, ignoring the noise pattern entirely. Not the very terrain you're picturing. To get the noise to actually drive the threshold, the noise value needs to end up in the alpha channel, which on noise texture 2D means its color ramp needs real alpha gradient, needs real alpha variation across the stops, not just color variation at constant opacity. We'll check in when you get there in order to block it for tonight. For tonight, flat horizontal terrain to prove the pipeline works, and to end sounds like exactly the right scope. So if you hit snacks, getting the bitmap polygon 2D collision polygon 2D chain producing something on screen. Okay, so I think we need a basic square texture, which we can create in I don't fucking know, in Paint, I suppose. Flashbang. No wait, I've got Affinity. I can do it in Affinity instead of Paint. Affinity. Create a very simple square with transparency, and we make sure that that square gets added collisions via the bitmap class. So let's try that. So into vector might be a good one to try. File, new, and we want a 100 by 600, 800 by 300, half the screen. No, actually, not millimeters. Why does it want to always give me millimeters, this idiot? 800 by, not 600, not 300, which is exactly half, 200. No, we'll do 800 by 600, but we want the, no, why would I want to do that? 200. Don't need the transparency above. Okay, no, actually, very good point. I do need the transparency above. 600. I do want the transparency above. Okay. We got this. That's nice. Where's the background layer? We're in Pixar, aren't we? The heck is the background layer? I think it gets created once I do something. Potentially. Okay. Right. Right. Can I delete this? Why don't I have a background layer? That is so stupid. I usually do. Okay, let's try again. 800 by 600. Create documents. Why doesn't it give me the background layer? What is going on? Pixel layer. Yeah, I want a pixel layer, but I want a transparency. Okay. Affinity background removal. No. Affinity background layer not showing. The hidden layers. Go to tell me when you select window. Oh yeah, let's put back some music. And we can move on to Skyrim, but it's jazz. Okay. Yeah, this is Skyrim. Make background transparent. Ah, I thought it would. File. What is it? Document setup. File. Document metadata, I suppose. No. File. Obviously they changed it. Edit. Settings. Maybe. No. File. Is it here? It could be. No, this is metadata. It's not what I'm looking for. Oh, document setup there. Strange choice to put it like that, but alright. Inspired background. There we go. Finally. Now what we want to do is grab a square or a rectangle. We create just a rectangle there. Remove that pixel layer. A rectangle there. And it's gonna have to be about, yeah, about 250. No, about 200. 200 is fine, yeah. 200. 200 is good. Right. Then what we do is very simply we export this ping. We export this ping. So what we want it to do is go into the ones, assets, prototype, and asset prototype save. We're gonna call it base terrain. So what I want to do, this is why I created this entire thing. It's a base terrain, very simple texture, and I want to be able to create a collision map out of this using the bitmap. So let's, oh my god, no, this, I'll be honest, this font size is ginormous for me. Let me just go into the font size main and bring it down by a couple. Ah, yes, a bit more manageable. You guys can still read, so that's fine. Okay, so. Yeah. With that said, we're in main. We have to create a new level. is a good best practices. So, new scene, 2D scene. We'll call it level, main level, or game level. We add a sprite 2D, and this sprite 2D is gonna have our base terrain. There we go. Nice. Now, try to make it snap to the entire, to the freaking screen. Not the easiest task ever, but I think we made it. Yeah. Okay. Snaps to the screen. There we go. So now what we want to do is I can have a color rect to expand through the entire canvas. No, okay, I'm gonna do it as a canvas layer. Put it there. Control. Put it that one needs to expand to the entire thing. There we go. The color rectangle needs to also expand to the entire. I'm gonna do like that. There we go, and then here. No, wait. Supposed to get. I need to get the fucking handles. Yeah, there we go. Which should dynamically update, but clearly they don't. Okay, wait. Ah, okay, that's... It did it, right? No. Not constraining to them. Ah, yeah, okay. That's why. Okay, in any case, I'll put this one in a different color, just a slight blue. The canvas layer can be minus 919 ISO, stays in the back. And this one we kind of... Where's the snapping? There we go. Okay, so we got a little very rudimental sky. We got very rudimental terrain. I want to really lock this if I can. This one as well, mate. Okay. Okay, great. So that's... Ah, yeah, that's why. That makes a whole lot of sense. That. Okay, beautiful. Right, so I'm going to lock that one in. The control node as well to do that. Okay, so we got the base terrain. Now we need to create the algorithm that allows us to manipulate all of this. So for that, I'm gonna put that thing on the bottom of the screen. Destructible. And we kind of... I'll put it in my second screen. Like over here, maybe. And I'm not gonna copy the code as it is. But I'm also... Yeah. And what I want to do is static body 2D. And this is gonna be the map. the bitmap. So I'm gonna call this... terrain. As a child of the terrain, we put the sprite 2D. Terrain reference. Just temporarily. And then now what we want to do is we need to create a collision polygon 2D. I know it has no effect on collision. Don't you worry about that, my friend. Then we do that. Terrain generator. Call it that way. And it extends the static body 2D and our level bitmap. We create a new bitmap.new. Var array. Let's first try to get to implement this a little bit, and let me see if I understand it correctly. So what we want to do is on ready. Bitmap bars. On ready, what we want to do is we want to get the terrain ref for now temporarily. Then we're going to use a noise, which is going to be, I think the sprite can be a noise texture. Yeah, it can be a noise texture. Okay, great. Yeah, what about that? Ah, perfect. Okay, yeah, it can be a noise texture. Amazing. Right, so ready, void, all right. So terrain reference, what we want to do is level BM dot opaque to polygons, I think, or create from image alpha. Create from image alpha. The image is going to be the terrain reference, and the threshold is going to have to be 0.1, which is the default. So that's fine. But it's not an image. It's a sprite. So we have to do terrain.ref dot get image. Right? Is that... No, it's not get image. Let me go into the sprite 2D. The methods. Frame changed. Get rect. No, this returns the rectum of this. Sprites have a pixel opaque property. This could be useful one day. I think it's part of object, it's part of no part of... Okay. Sprite 2D Godot get data. Trying to generate collisions from sprite to these texture. Texture is a sub-viewport. Okay, no. It's creating a bitmap. Oh, this guy is trying to do the same thing. There we go. That's exactly what I wanted. Texture 2D. Ah. I need a texture 2D, not a sprite anymore. Returns an image that is a copy of data from this texture 2D. This is created each time. So, yeah. So, I need to access the texture. Okay. That makes a whole lot of sense. So, terrain ref dot texture. Yeah, texture dot get image. There we go. We got the image. So we've got that, and so now we've got the bitmap. Then we have to create the actual bitmap. So let's generate bitmap, which we don't have yet. So function generate bitmap, which actually could take that one too. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put that one in there. We're gonna do the entire thing here. So generate bitmap. We, at the end of all this, we make the terrain ref dot hide. Make sure it's not visible anymore. And then set process input true. Set to true enables input processing. But this one doesn't get, the bitmap doesn't get any input, so I don't need that. So, what's next? We don't want the explosion, but we want to create the bitmap. So what this does is... well, first of all, I kind of want to see the bitmap in the remote tab. Let's see, game level. Oh yeah, well, obviously I can. Oh, but I do have the bitmap as the. There we go, level bitmap. Okay, it's worked, it seems. Okay, great. How do I level bm.get? It's size? Ah, because it's an array, isn't it? A two-dimensional array. Yes, it is. So this is going to be level bitmap. Two-dimensional array. Oh wait, does it have to be up? I think it does. Documentation is a bit of a mess here. Yep. Or, oh yeah, because I did not oh yeah, okay, gets it over there too. Amazing. So get size tells me the bitmap's dimensions. So what if for I in get size in level bm dot get size for bit in level level print debug, just so I can visualize what I'm doing. Level bm dot get bit. What does exactly bit? It's an array of what? Of Boolean values. Okay, you know what? Let's do bits then. Right, let's try this. It didn't do anything. Okay, let's see if it's actually triggering. Ah. It's not. Why? This is not being called already. What the fuck? Ah, okay. Ah, no, I was in the wrong place. Clearly. What? Okay. Step into. Oh, get size 0. Right, interesting. Okay. Terrain rift or texture to get image. This should get it. It has alpha value, no? Okay. First problem. Submit my matches to given image of dimensions. Okay, And I have to print the print debug level BM get size. No, why am I doing? I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot. For print for bit in level BM, why am I doing get size? Okay, now it should be a little different. There was an error calling iter next an iterator object of type bitmap. Next and yeah, because bit cool. No. Let me have a think. Time, okay. In there. How to print wait, I need also the code snippet maybe. Worms indeed, my friend. Hello, hello. Be sure to get size returns of. Oh, hi, Big Manakwas. Oh, you're the first time here, I think. Returns of vec2i of the bitmap size, not an iterable array. I think to iterate through the map, the best way to do it would be two nested for loops, where you loop through every x in width and y in height, and read from that xy point. Yeah. Yeah, you are absolutely correct. So for x in so wait, check the bits. Since it's one to the horizontal rows, one to the vertical columns. Yeah, exactly. I get that. Okay, I need to find out how large a bitmap actually is. Okay, so maybe in bit in level bm dot get size dot x, I guess. So that's the rows. And then for y in level bm get size dot y, print y, I guess. Print x. I don't know. I'm just experimenting at this point. I might have killed the engine. No, I didn't. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, that. Well, the engine is kind of dead, but it did work. It's hanging there forever now, though. Oh no, it's still printing. Okay, wait. I think I overestimated what I. Yeah. Yeah, 43,000. Okay, I made a terrible mistake. I am tired, guys. My apologies. Okay. Woof. Remove that stupid line. Oh my god, I printed like 40,000 lines. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, it's for every bit in every single pixel, that is, yeah, okay. Now, the level, the bitmap does exist. I mean, I could, yeah, what I could do is actually check this. Print level bm.getBit x y, but I think this is gonna again print a shitload of bits, a shitload of stuff into the console. Let's say I want to print 1. Let's just return after 1, just to see what it looks like. False. Okay. Oh, okay. Great. Beautiful. That's actually all I wanted to know. All right. Because if I go into here now, yeah. Okay. This is false. All of this is false. So, okay. The only thing is I need to know if it ever turns true. So actually, it's not everything that I wanted to know. Oh crap! Oh, that makes sense. Vector 2i. No, it should return an integer, not a float. I thought it would. So yeah, of course, this makes sense. Okay, I found something. So technically I have to do var map width int, then no, I don't have to cast it to int, because I think the old versions used to have, yeah, I think the old versions used to return a float, but this one returns a vector 2i with height int equals level bm dot get size dot y, and then for x in range map width, and then for I in range map height. Then I want to print that. Okay, that should do. That should do it. I think it will still try to print a shit ton of stuff, but yeah, still 20,000 lines. False. Is it done? I think it's done. Oh, true. Yeah, we got some true bits. I don't know why the last ones are false, but I don't... it's because it's column by column. Row, then column. I should do it the other way. For Y, map height. X, map width. And then I do, I print that. X, Y. Okay. Should actually be a little bit more consistent. Let's see. False. Yeah, still done. False. No, this time it didn't work. Well, it worked this way. That's good enough for me. Yeah, the console is hanging a little bit, but here we are. We got false, and at some point it turns true, and some point it turns false. It means that it is seeing this empty space, and it is seeing this white space. So it is working. Okay, I have spent a good half an hour trying to see if my bitmap actually generated. So good stuff, good stuff. Now I know how to generate a bitmap. Good. Now, the next step is to actually create the damn bitmap. The actual collisions. So the collisions are going to be a little bit more tricky to do because I have to send the opaque to polygons. But oh yeah, and there's no way we can test this without first doing the player script. So let's go into the player. Let's create a very, very rudimentary script for this player who's supposed to be a character body 2D actually. What is it? Is it a... Oh no, wait, it already has... Okay, so collision shape. And if we go into here, the little worm here, and we do the rectangle shape. Tricky one, isn't it? I think I need the feet. Maybe I need 2 colliders. Because it's not exactly a square shape. It's gonna be... I think I want to be more precise with these. So collision polygon 2D, and I have to basically yeah, but then I need, and it should move with the animations. Let's give it some feet for now. Let's just give it some feet. Collision shape 2D. Okay, let's give it some very nice simple feet. Now the offset of this sprite should be on the y-axis. It should be a little bit more like that. So the origin point is over there. Collision shape can be here. No, the offset is actually a bit too much. Here we go. That's fine. So this should be enough. Now it technically can walk. The walk cycle is a bit more cumbersome to export from Blender, so I won't do it now. I'm gonna let it walk with the death animation. That's fine. Player, character body 2D. Right, so I've done tons of these. Class name layer. Player worm. Player is fine. So what do we want to do? I want to open, as usual, another character controller as a reference. I will never etch it into my memory, like ever, probably. No, I can do this. Wait, var move speed float equals, I don't know, 300. Var jump force float equals, I don't know, 50. actually want to export these variables because I might want to play around with them. Okay, 350. Okay, we will move speed and jump force. What other values do I usually get? Let me go into Super Mario and get his player script. Put it here so it doesn't bother. So, yeah, well, obviously references. I think I'm gonna have sprite. Sprite. I have to need some references. Refs. And possibly the collision shape. I'm gonna have to disable it at some point, so I'm gonna keep it as well. The rest is fine. Jump force. Movement is fine. I know that it can also base jump force. I know that it can also do a double jump with a flip. Double jump force. Which is gonna be, let's say, 75. It's like that. I don't need a coyote timer for this game. Bar jump brace. Timer. Oops. Equals. I think it's about 1 second, so I'm gonna do it that way. Okay, then can do function. I believe I put the state machine we'll think about later. To do node based state machine. So what we instead want to do is grab the input, so function input. Event is not input event key and current state in. Okay. If event is not input event key, return. Else, we have to set up the actions. So project settings. No. Project settings. Input map. We don't have any actions. Okay. So move left, move right, jump, aim up, aim down. Jump is fine. Okay. Weapon. Open. Weapon. Menu. Shoot. Okay, this is gonna be space bar. This is gonna be tab. Aim down is gonna be S or down. Aim up is going to be W or up. Jump is going to be shift. I think that is the mapping for worms usually. Move right is going to be D. Left is going to be A or left. And right. Okay. Okay, so we got some of that. I'm getting depressed with this Skyrim music. It's beautiful, but let's spice it up a little bit for the last few minutes with some Kingdom Hearts music. Why not? That's okay. Although this is made with AI, but what can we do? I don't think I need a jump buffer for this. So if event dot is action pressed jump, and what we want to do is Yeah. We want to var jump count. Jump is jumping. Oh, and make it false. Var request jump, because they need to do some calculations in the physics process, and then jump grace timer equals 0. Okay, I think that's fine for now. We'll do the jump over there in the physics process, which we're going to do right now. Physics process, if current state, yeah, no, that's the state check, which I cannot do yet. Shoot. Gonna have a shoot function ready when we can actually shoot weapons. Then what do we got? I might need this one. Var on floor equals is bool and is on floor. Might need it for reasons. No need for that. No need for that. Okay, if jump, there we go. If request jump. No, actually it should be more like jump requested. We have to put it there too. Jump requested. It's true. If jump requested, then what we have to do is velocity.y minus equals base jump force. However, here's what we want to do, the grace timer. So jump grace timers minus equals delta. If jump grace timer is bigger than 0 and input dot is action just pressed jump, then var jump. Oh, I've got an idea. Okay, var jump speed float, and we don't set it for now, or we do. We'll do 50 to the base one. Jump. Let's say committed jump speed equals base jump force. Okay. Committed jump speed equals double jump force. Okay, and here's what we do. Committed jump speed. As soon as if jump grace timer less than or equal to 0, then we jump and then we reset the timer. Okay. So what we're doing here actually is managing double jump grace period. Double jump grace period. Because if you think about it, in Worms, if you press jump twice in quick succession, you make a higher jump with the backflip and such. Otherwise, you make a longer jump. Now, I don't know how to code the longer jump. I guess I could cut off the horizontal velocity, but we'll get to that. We're getting there. So, we now have to apply gravity. So, if not is on floor, if not is on floor, velocity dot y plus equals get gravity. Yeah. Wait. Oh, it's just velocity. Plus equals get gravity. I don't have to apply delta because it's already in move and slide, which by the way I have to put there at the bottom. Move and slide. No, move and slide. And after move and slide, I think I did something earlier. Yeah, it was on floor. Is on floor. I'll do that, but also bar was on floor. Cool. Equals false. No, actually, we won't assume that. Okay. We got the gravity. We've got that. Now we have to do the movement. Now, if var input there equals input dot get axis between move. Wait, what is the negative? The first one. Negative, yeah. So move left, move right. Then if input there, then we want to do is velocity.x plus equals. Oh, we have to determine the movement direction. No, wait, actually this is the movement direction, isn't it? Velocity.x plus equals. Is it plus equals? Yeah, no, it's equals. What was that? The input there times speed, move speed. There we go. Movement. Very, very simple, painless movement in a given direction. Now, I think input direction I need to make it global. So var input input direction, which has to be a vector 2 equals vector 2.0 to begin with. So oh, it's a float. It's a float, not a vector 2. My bad. Good thing I have static typing. Okay. And now we also need a very tiny, very tiny process function. If input here is bigger than 0, then sprite dot flip h equals false, else sprite dot flip h equals true. Okay, we've got the player. I think this is gonna make the player already work. We can test it in the game level by putting the player in and having another. Oh shit! What did I do? Oh no. Okay, that's fine. Did I lose any progress? No. Okay, I exited the program somehow. So in here, what we want to do is add the player. Huh? Oh no, it's a normal player class. Okay, sorry. Player. There we go. Ha! Look at that. It's so cute. The scale is a little bit too big. 0.5. Okay, much better, much cuter too. We move this guy over here, and what we want to do also is add a new static body 2D. It's gonna be around here, well, let's say, and we give it a collision shape 2D with a rectangle shape, which we extend all the way over there. We also want to make sure that the player has, in terms of collision, is on the player thing, and he's looking for terrain, looking for enemies, looking for terrain, and conversely, in the game level, we want this one to be collision. I want this one to be on the terrain layer and looking for the player. All right. Same thing here before I forget, because I will need it. Terrain and looking for the player. Oh, and enemies as well. Okay. This, if we run this, what happens? What the? I don't know if we are colliding. That's the main thing. I don't know where we are moving either. So let's see. Let's not hide the terrain reference for now, because it's our only point of reference, and then we can run the scene again. Very interesting. Why is it? Not supposed to do that. Huh? What? Ah, shit. That's why. Okay, look, we're moving. Oh, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Okay, I forgot to do one very important thing. Else, velocity dot x equals vector 2.0. Oh, okay, it was 0.0. Okay, or I could do a lerp. Let's do a move toward from velocity dot x to 0 by, I don't know, 0.2. Okay. How did I do it there? That should do it. Let's debug the input direction. I guess if input direction. Yeah, why is it doing that? Why does it keep moving it? I don't get why it's not stopping. There's something resetting the input direction. I'm not sure why. Like it should stay flipped at this point. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like okay, the sprites have now worked. I don't get why you keep sliding towards infinity. What am I doing that is wrong here? Input direction equals okay. If input direction is not equals to 0, else if it is equal to 0, you see. Why is it not stopping? What's going on? Oh, oops. Oops. I get it. I was taking it as a lerp value. No wonder. Let's do like a friction value here. Friction float equals, I don't know, 50? From velocity.x to input I don't know, 0.5, something like that. Lerp isn't too bad, but friction. There we go. What's that do? Right, so the movement is there. We've got the little worm. I think I want to move toward. A little acceleration. What is acceleration, by the way, in here? Well, bar acceleration, float. I don't know, in the 20 increments, but nice. This is a nice little acceleration here. It should be a little quicker though, 50 maybe. And this is the friction value is also very okay. You know what? Export, and let's play around with these values now. Yeah. Where's the embed now? Okay. There we go. Got a little worm here. Great, beautiful. What if we augment the friction a little bit? Or actually reduce the friction quite a lot. Okay, it's not bad. It slides around too much. Okay. Move speed is too large. Yeah, Worms is a very slow and considered game, deliberate. Let's try an acceleration of 5. Or an acceleration of 1. Acceleration of 10 is fine. Okay, great. Beautiful. So now what I can do is just remove the print debug call here. Okay. Sorry guys, I have to do my Duolingo. Otherwise I will forget. Super family plan. So okay. We got collision, but not gravity. Right? Yeah, we don't have gravity right now. Interesting. Maybe it feels like it is on the floor. Gravity should do its thing. Yeah, sorry. No, wait. It should be this way. Okay. Did not want to get stuck on the player controller. There. My name is Joe and I have a blog. I comb my hair in the morning. There's a blog. Okay. Uh-huh. Every day. God, it's a long lesson. I work 10 p.m. Okay. Come on, one more. Okay. How many freaking exercises were there? That was insane. Too much. Okay. Okay, Duolingo is done. Rise is averted. In all this, I do not understand why. Okay. Alright, is on floor is false indeed. Then why is it not falling? Did I disable gravity? I don't think so. No, that's not what I want to do. Let's see if it even tries to get there. It does. So maybe I disabled gravity because of the top-down nature of this. Let me see. Fucking hell, every single time I fall for this. Okay, now we're talking. Good stuff. Right, so we've got gravity working. We've got input, but jump requested is true. Need to test this with a breakpoint. Let's see. Okay, jump requested is true. Right. Okay. Ah. Excuse me. What? I have requested the jump. Does this action press? Huh? What? What do you mean? Doesn't trigger. Why? Event is action pressed. Is there something else that okay, let's fuck. kind of just goes frame by frame, but because this one doesn't. Maybe I don't have a jump action? It's weird though. I do. Oh, it's shift. What a fucking idiot I am. You can tell I'm tired, guys. Okay, great. Well, in that case, the jump works. Yeah, okay. I never reset jump requested, so does that every single frame. Okay, we reset jump requested and then we process everything. Let's see. Okay. Well, but wait. Okay, at that point, jump requested equals false. This is when it jumps. But and grace timer, jump grace timer gets back. Okay, but because I'm an ass. Essentially, that is the entire thing behind tonight. Okay, now it should jump. You see? It did do a jump, very small, but it's because the jump force is basically negligible. So what if we do 500? I have to test this, obviously, but into the player. Under the jump force. That is very interesting. Ah, because it does it on one frame. Okay. Okay, so we have to do a couple of adjustments here. I have to do is jumping. Okay, here I have to put. That is jumping equals true. If is jumping, then that. Okay. And then else jump is jumping equals false. I mean, negligible thing, but they should do it, but why's the gravity so strong? I swear, why can't I make a simple character controller work anymore? jump speed. Okay, which is? Why? Did not go for a double jump. Ah, yeah, but I think I have to do this there. I set the speed over there. Or I can do it this way. If race timer is here 0. Is on floor. You request a jump. And if jump race timer is bigger than 0, do that. Jump race timer. Okay. Okay, let's try that. Do I try to do complicated stuff? I don't know. Just remove the timer for now. Make this fucking jump work somehow. Yeah, well, obviously it's... No wonder. trying to jump. I must be an absolute idiot. Yeah. Exactly what I am. Yeah, that's a little better, I guess. Starting to at least look like a jump. I don't know why it does that though. What if I try that? Why is gravity so strong? Okay, now excuse me, what? Just a radioactive computer from all sources can affect the body, including gravity overrides. Rare to be known as a worm. Okay. But that's what I did. Is that what I need to do? Damn it. Wait. Frustration. Ah, I see. Yeah, well, how does this? The plus able to get gravity times delta. Gravity is the first thing that gets applied. Okay, that is there. If it's jumping velocity, dot y minus equals committed jump speed. Okay. Plus equal to get gravity times delta. It's minus 400. Okay, in that case, what do I got in terms of base jump force? Minus 50, minus 75. And then it becomes equals to that. Okay. planet needs me. Bye. God. Why can't I get gravity? Oh, I know. I need a jump timer probably. Okay. This way I can control the jump. I think it's gonna work. I don't know, what is the base jump timer? 3, okay. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, kind of works. Ah, yeah, there's. Okay, let's see if the grace period works. So 300. This is 50. It does. Okay, great. Okay, okay, finally works. I mean, okay, great. Can I export the jump just so I can see it? It'd be very cool to do that as a wrap up to the stream. We didn't do any terrain generation, god damn it. Jump. Very cute. I don't know why I'm getting that. Do I have OpenGL or Vulkan on my Linux? Let's see. Blender, OpenGL, or Vulkan. Legacy. Ah, shit. Yeah. Buy Blender. Buy OpenGL. Because Vulkan is going to be a little bit more performant, maybe. But okay. Can we render this from this is the jump. Whee! Whee! Okay, great. It's nice. Let's do that. Make it. Look at this cutie just. Oh no, the eye gets out of frame. God damn it. Whee! Oh well, I'll adjust it later. Oh, it gets out of frame only on one side. Means the camera is not symmetrical. Isn't that great? Okay. So now if we go into this cute little patootie here, we're importing the assets. Yeah, we're getting all the frames. Okay. The nice jump sheet over here. Right. Jump. Animations. We've got the jump, the normal one. That is the. Oh yeah, okay. We do an auto slice here. No way. Remove all of that. Do that at 51 frames at 24 frames per second. Let me check that out. So cute, look at that. Okay. I think we have to start the animation from here. Yeah. First thing we do is sprite, play, jump. Regardless, we're gonna jump at that point. Depends how high, but we're gonna jump. So, ah! Okay, very cute. This is not supposed to autoplay and loop. Okay. Okay, the grace timer is a bit too small. I have to change that. Okay, we need some constants here. And that's exactly what we're gonna do. Although, I mean, they don't have to be global constants. It can be his constants. So. Okay. Got the constants here. So constant, we want jump duration, which has to be a float, and it's 0.5. Might be less actually, depending on the animation. Then const. Great. Jump. Grace duration. Float and 0.5. I think that is the best thing ever. So. Jump grace duration. So instead of hard coded, do this. Okay, that resets it. have to remove a few things here. I have to remove jump duration here. Ah, yeah, because then there's a timer. It starts from there. Okay. Let's go it this way. Let's not do anything like that. Very stupid. And this one here. Okay, we've got a few timers here. And a bull there. Okay. Let's try again. Whee! Oh wow, perfect. Whee! 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 Beautiful. Whee! Okay. If is jumping. If is on floor while jumping. Velocity equals vector 2.0. Else velocity x no, actually we can do that. If not is jumping. Do that. Else, if we are jumping, we want this, but we want to halve this. Okay, what is this like? If not is on floor. No, if is on floor. And if not is on floor and is jumping. Do that. Nice. Okay. Okay, but okay. That's where I can do it. As soon as we request a jump, make sure that the velocity is. Whee! Oh, look at that! Great. Perfect. Okay, amazing. Look at this. Great stuff. Okay, the player character controller is going okay. We haven't done terrain generation at all. We've got a few minutes to maybe work it out, but oh God, it's gonna be a pain. Technically, what this is supposed to do is, I mean, I get what it does. I've got a script open here. Create a bitmap var array I don't know of what, but it's gonna be an array. Then this is what it does. Array level em dot opaque to polygons. And this one returns an array of packed vector 2 arrays. Array of packed vector 2 arrays. So an array of coordinates, essentially, it returns. And what we want is, well, to understand what this line is doing. So let me just give me a moment. Okay. Looking at your solid pixels. Tracing around them to turn your pixel art into. You're building a destructible terrain system. Yeah, okay. So this opaque to polygons runs an algorithm, the marching squares algorithm, and traces the outline of all the contiguous clusters of pixels. Oh yeah, I remember this. So it needs a rectangle, it needs the epsilon. The rectangle is the problem. I need to pass a bounding rectangle. There's a rect2i, so... But then, how do I get the coordinates? Oh, X position, Y position, width, and height. Oh, I see. So we want to get terrain ref.texture dot get image dot get width divided by 2. Technically, but I think I want this as a variable. It's a bit more readable. God damn it. Constraints. Var image width. Does this return? I don't know. Get width is an int. Okay. What I thought. Remember, this is gonna be on ready, so we set up the variables. So image width. Terrain ref.texture dot get image get width. This way we avoid that. And then we do the same with image height. Terrain ref.texture get image get height. This way it's much easier. Image width divided by 2. Image height divided by 2. I believe that is the thing that thing is doing. But at the same time, var image height int. There we go. So the rectangle needs a 2D axis and line bounding box using integer coordinates. Negative values for size are not supported. With negative size, most rect2i methods do not work correctly. Use abs to get an equivalent rect2i with a non-negative size. Okay, it's fine. Okay, what is the constructor? So once the position and size. So a vector 2 of that. Okay, give me a moment here. 1, 2, 3. 1. Okay, once. Ah, okay, I see. He was trying to tell me. Yeah, I don't know why the guy didn't just do it. Vector 2i there, but alright. Now, we've got the vector 2i, and then we need another vector 2i for size. And it's the width, image width times 2, image height times 2. Correct? Oh my god, okay. What this line does is gives me an array of polygons based on this coordinate, the vector 2i is constructed by doing x, y, width, and height. I kind of feel like we're good. With I have to understand why. Is it negative half width? That's the top left corner. Ah. Top left corner for the position. Then twice as, but why? It's the math break. Why make okay. Ah, okay. Alright. Where is this? Integer division. Decimal part will be discarded. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I think we are good with this line. Is great, but and we don't want to queue free the polygons yet, but we do need to create a new polygon. Our polygon 2D, and now polygon reset tile reset bitmap void to do clear bitmap. Okay, so polygon was polygon 2d.new. We create a new one, generate the lovely bitmap. Polygon dot set polygons. It doesn't have it anymore. Oh no, it does. Why would I do it with a setter? It doesn't make sense. View, redraw. I suppose that's for the... Yeah, there's more. Well, let's do polygon spool. Polygon collider spool. Array. Then what we want to do is polygons spool is now empty. Collision polygons. Polygon colliders pool is now empty. Okay, I get this loop. What we want to do now is actually create the polygon. So for I in r.size, yes, I want to do polygons.append polygon 2d.new. Create a new polygon. Collision polygon collider spool polygon spool. Okay, append a new polygon collision polygon 2d.new. You don't have an identifier for it, but okay. Polygons I polygon I, and that is because this one has a polygon property. Yeah, path vector 2 array. Polygon's list of vertices. So this is what we're doing, and then polygon pool I dot texture equals, there you go. Wait a minute though. That feels okay. Texture display text. Yeah, but like terrain ref dot texture. This way you're basically creating a bunch of polygons that have, okay, I'm not gonna polygon collider spool dot polygon I, then we set third add child add child set deferred. No wait, set deferred. Wait, okay, so basically this should create the bitmap, then hide the terrain reference. But I'm a little bit, I mean, I know what we're doing, but oh, hey, that worked. Look at that. We've got the polygon. Let me see. Oh, it's got 4 points. It's because it's a simple square. Look at that. Okay. Whee. Okay. We got the polygon. It was generated all fine. Oh yeah, wait. Just close Blender. My CPU is struggling right now. Whee. Okay, so we don't need that one anymore. So we have managed to create the Okay, as I was saying, we don't need this one anymore. We were able to create a bitmap, it looks like. I don't know why it's still visible. Oh no, wait, it shouldn't be. Okay, it's hidden. Nice. So it makes it disappear. There's 2 collision polygons though. Ah, yeah, because we don't. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is the collider, it seems. Well, okay. Okay, great. Right. I'm not. I get what is happening, but like I would never have reached this conclusion myself. Like I would never have. This is not how I would do it, but I also don't know how I would do it. It's just this rectangle, like, would have taken me ages to get to this. This one I could get to. We have a pool of polygons, a pool of colliders, and then to reset the bitmap, all we want to do is very much like clear the polygons. So we want to pick 4 polygon in polygons pool, polygon.q3, and this is a polygon 2D, I believe. Yeah. And then a 4 collider in polygon collider spool, and this is a collision polygon 2D. Collider.q3. Just destroy it. Ah, damn it, okay. For P and for C. C and for P. Okay, we can do that. That's pretty much it. And to make sure that this one works, I'm going to do I'm going to add a little input action here. If events.is action pressed and we say shoot for now, then reset bitmap. What happens? Worked beautifully, okay. It was actually pretty quick too. That's not bad. It's destroyed everything really quickly. It's the opaque to polygons. It's this one that's pretty expensive. Well, we've got this nice generation algorithm. Gonna have to sleep over it. Because I have to understand exactly... I mean, I know how it works, but I have to really embed it in my brain, because this is something like... I don't think I'm gonna be able to use it for anything else, I'll be honest, but it's good. Okay. Right, well, friends, it has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for keeping me company. I am very tired. I wasn't planning to go for 5 hours of stream. And for like 2 of those 5 hours, we just did a lot of studying to figure out how to even approach this thing. But I feel like it's coming together. We're getting somewhere. So this is gonna be a fun one to do together. A fun little game to do together. So I'm gonna keep it on streams for a bit longer than the others. I'm gonna try and stay on stream for a bit longer than the others. Let me just remove the music real quick. I know that usually I like to do a lot of stuff offline, and I will probably do it. But the fun stuff, like, you know, coding the explosions and such, I think I'm gonna keep them on stream. It would be very, very fun to get all of that stuff working on stream. Besides that, thank you very much. Let me just move to the just chatting here. There we go. Here we go. Okay. Besides that, thank you very much for keeping me company, my friends. It's been a pleasure having you here. Whoever's left, if there's anybody left. This is interesting. Like, it's very mathematical challenge that I'm having here. And my mathematically challenged brain is having some issues processing exactly what we're doing. But we were able to generate a bitmap, and we are able to destroy the bitmap. I also know how to create the explosion, not the explosion. Yeah, I also know how to create the explosion that will allow me to destroy the bitmap in specific places. So we're going to have to see how everything goes. At the same time, I don't know. I feel like this polygon had like 4 points. It wasn't like super... But maybe it's looking for vertices, and right now we only have like 4 vertices, so it is what it is. So but it's great. We were able to create a bitmap from an image. We were able to use that image to transform it into polygons, and give it a collider. And now we have destructible we have terrain. We don't have destructible terrain, but we have a way to generate terrain. And if I somehow I'm able to create a fast noise texture and pass it as the texture of the terrain reference, then we're gonna have fun. So yeah, I'll do some adjustment to the art, like the worm and such, in offline. Try and have quite a bit of fun with it. Maybe I'll do some weapons. Maybe the bazooka I'll do on stream, because it might be fun to just do that, or the bazooka bullet or something like that. We'll see. But yeah, good stuff. Thank you guys. Hope you have the most beautiful night or day or whatever you are. And I will speak to you on on Monday, but we might have a special event on Monday. So Worms, we won't see it until maybe a couple weeks, but we'll see. We'll get there eventually. So yeah, bye bye. Thank you very much, and good night. No, sorry, wait. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. Give me a moment. Okay, bye.